Well, the Falcons and did it again. If you haven't tuned in, well, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till everybody comment, man. If you don't know by the title and you haven't seen the news, oh buddy. Well, Matt done made his first major move as president of football. So I'm gonna wait for the panel to get in here real quick. Um, yeah, man. Yeah, man. What's going on, Ray Bud? What's shaking with you, man? You been watching the games on today? I'm sitting there watching this Seahawks jump, man. They putting the dumps to the 49ers. Y'all getting bad. But yeah, man. If y'all haven't noticed, if y'all haven't taken a look at the title, man, Matt Ryan made his first major move, and he done made a move. He done made a move, man. Uh, if y'all haven't seen news or whatever, we've officially hired Kevin Stefanski as the new head coach for the Atlanta Falcons. Ron, what's going on, Buck?
What's up, man? I know
Man,
it. I know it. Did I call this shit?
see what what dude said on Harlem Night? What I told you? What I told you? I ain't shoot nothing till you till you get this little janky ass kid bring bad luck.
I knew it. I knew it, y'all. I knew it. I called this shit early today.
I was like when I saw that jump, when I saw that tweet and it showed all the connections and stuff, I was like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, man, this should have done deal. It's gonna happen. And them boys ain't wasting no time.
None. And now we got right for Chicago to get out of the playoffs.
Well, I mean that like I put it to you like that. If we gonna hire the 49ers GM,
Mm-hmm.
we'll most likely know about it tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, because the way they getting beat right now. Shit. 24-6.
Yeah, man, they skinning them people up, man.
Shit. He said, help me, please.
That damn Mayday.
That's
Well, send the
a
shots
pimp
down, man.
down, pimp
That's so
down.
what
That's
pimp
a
from the
pimp
strut.
down, pimp down. That's a I can't take this shit no more.
Trying to look bad, man.
Well,
Trying to wait for James on to come in here, man, so we can start breaking this thing down.
shit.
James, John, and the rest of them.
All right. Yeah. I call this shit.
Boy, moving slow. All right. So, man. Oh, yeah. A-Ray Bud. Showed up. Showed up. The fan base is about to go up. I
Yeah,
tell
that fan go crazy.
man, I tell you what, though. And I'm going to be honest with you. They better keep the exact same energy that they had for Raheem
Mm-hmm.
for Stefanski. Don't look at it one way. Nah, judge it off of whatever you do with the Atlanta Falcons. I don't care about what you did in the past, all your accolades and all that stuff. I don't care about that. I care about what you do for the Falcons.
Right.
Judge it
If
the
he
exact same way.
if he come here and turn this shit around, yeah,
Then I'm all for
me too.
it. I'm all for it.
But I seen this shit coming.
But
I seen this shit coming. What's
And
up, John?
there go my partner in crime, Mr. John Harris himself. What's going on, Buck?
If I had a hallway, I'd be running down there screaming.
He said, if you had hair on your head, you rip it out.
Man, look, I'm glad I don't. Hey, Winston, I'm glad I don't because that shit hurt.
Yeah, man, hurt. I took dreads out of my head 3 times already before. That shit is not fun.
Well, hey, y'all tell me, what do y'all think?
I called this early today, John. Winston in my witness. I said this early today.
Cause I found this tweet and it had like all these connections and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, down. Ron was like, yeah, it could be Kevin. They gonna hire his ass when he get back out to Atlanta. So it's it. And lo and behold, they ain't waste no time.
There was no time.
And you hired the coach before you hired the GM again.
Well,
I think the GM is already hired.
right.
Well,
They
see,
can't.
hey.
They can't,
So they might be coming from one of these teams that's still playing.
Yeah. It
yeah,
might be coming from the 49ers.
or the Seahawks. I mean, not the Seahawks.
Okay.
Chicago.
Right. One of them, we will
So like
know
you
about
can't.
Monday.
Yeah, you can't announce it yet.
Yeah.
You gotta wait till they get out of the season. They season in.
Before you could announce it. But see, like
Right.
you already know that they already know who they gonna pick for GM because when they was sitting there quote unquote doing all of their due diligence and uh looking at uh candidates for president of football, even though they knew that they were gonna go ahead and get Matt Ryan, and then afterwards they were sitting there saying, well, yeah, the candidates that we interviewed for president of football, um, we interviewed them too for GM.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So you done got all your interviews out the way. Well, at least enough to complete the Rooney Rule anyway.
Now
See what
my
I'm saying?
thing,
So when you now that you know already completed the Rooney Rule, whenever you ready to go ahead put paper to pen, you can go ahead and do it. You just got to do that first. But
right,
if we get the assistant GM from San Francisco or Chicago, we will get compensatory pick.
right. So we will get 2.
So wait a minute, we will get compensatory picks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because we had the minority in the position of power.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So
Well,
there
we
might,
need them.
yeah.
We
So there
need
might
them.
be what, a 3rd and a 4th.
Or third and fifth. I can't even remember exactly how the compensatory pick worked for like a front office person. I can't remember exactly. I like if it's a player, it goes off of like how much playing time you had the previous year. That's how your
Mm-hmm.
compensatory pick is figured out. If like you was a starter and you was on the field, for 85, 90 something percent of on the play, yeah, the compensatory picks are gonna be higher. Because you gotta hopefully, quote unquote, hopefully was what you're able to do is replace the person that you got rid of.
Yeah. Now, I don't need to ask you, Winston, what you think about it. Cause see, I can just look at the title you chose for this show, and it tells me all I need to know. Ah, well, like I said Thursday, I'm rolling with the logo. I'm wishing Matt Ryan the best, and wishing everybody the best because I'm a logo man. I'm a logo man. You know, Arthur Blank, you hired him to pick, and this search firm too. All right, and I'm wondering. I guess the press conference is going to be Monday.
Probably. It'll probably be Monday.
Probably.
Yeah,
And
okay.
and
Press
all that's
conference.
rather what they could do. It might be Tuesday because we may end up hiring our GM tomorrow, and then they'll just introduce the both of them at the same time. So it
Yeah.
may be on Tuesday.
Oh yeah, after the games. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they can still do it Monday. Well, Buddy gonna have to get here. So yeah. Tuesday probably.
Like, cause they probably got to
Tuesday probably.
go home. Then they got to do exit interviews with all the players and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Cause you got to do that at the end of every season anyway. So it
Would that
probably Tuesday.
would that coach that person that's been hired be involved in that since they are going to have another job?
Mm,
Oh, well, yeah, because you still part of that organization, so you ain't part of that organization. See, like
Oh
when they have exit interviews, it's usually like the immediate day after. So like if let's say 49 to lose tonight, they probably get home around like two in the morning, give or take.
hmm
2, 3 in the
uh-huh.
morning. So they probably start exit interviews around like one something in the afternoon, two something tomorrow afternoon. So then they do that for the rest of the day. Then just hypothetically spitball, if it's
Right.
49ers assistant GM, then he'll get on the plane. He'll probably get on the plane either that night or the following morning, fly to Atlanta, get introduced, to our organization, and then we probably do the press conference on Tuesday.
Yeah. I see Big Low on.
Ryan.
Ryan was on, and man, they are livid over there. Especially one of them said, what was it? Coach Cam got something. Man, he said, "Damn the kids too."
Got to matter.
Woo! But
Mm-mm-mm.
yeah. Like I said, this situation is going to be that press conference. I thought this last press conference was something, but this press conference here, because all over the radio landscape, especially in the content creator landscape, and just talking with everybody, man, the fan base is split
Mm-hmm.
about was split about the prospect of Stefanski coming versus a Clint Kubiak versus somebody. Matter of fact, I was listening to the radio tonight, and the people calling in were split. So, I mean, the first thing that I want to make sure that I, talk about with everybody is the press conference, because we have. Oh, before I say anything, James is in here. What's going on, James?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling?
What's
What's
up,
going on,
Jane?
man?
Yeah, we all right, man. Before I get to cranking or whatever, I saw you there. I said,
Mm.
look, James, what you thinking about this, man?
It's just like the damn title of this show.
Oh, so I don't have to ask I don't have to ask you nothing, right?
No, I'm just to be honest with you, I'm thinking they was impatient with the process. To be honest with you, even though
Yes,
I
yes.
said that Wednesday that we need a winning coach, you still have to take your time. And even if the right coach is in the playoffs, you wait on that coach. It's the off season. The Falcons is in the off season. I feel like this was rushed
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
wholehearted.
Yes. I mean, yeah.
And that's all I got to say. You can go, John.
But okay. what I was going to say is going to be about the process afterward. I just had I'm laughing my behind off on the inside because I had one of my friends, he just posted a meme, and the meme says, "I'm done." And it shows a man in an office that just walks out the window and just jumps off the damn lid. But at any rate, boy, I tell you, there were going to be some people who supported this, and then there were going to be some people who didn't. And I'm bouncing the 2-time Coach of the Year awards up against the past two seasons, losing season. Okay. And I'm seeing okay. I'm seeing Coach. He said he's supposedly bringing the OC from Alabama. Oh boy. Well, I don't know. And glad
James,
you
remember
up
we were
and
just talking
around.
about that shit.
Huh?
We never talking about that.
Oh, y'all. Oh, okay.
God
But
almighty, man. Oh, this is just getting worse and worse. This is getting worse and worse.
But at any rate, and I'll talk with you all about that in a minute. But my thing about this whole thing is, like James says, this was rushed. Now, my problem with it is, why did you rush when you had a better candidate or an equal candidate or whatever? The only thing that I can think of is the reason why you did this is because of all of the connections that Matt Ryan had with this man. And it's pretty extensive. These people are, Matt has known this man for a while. Okay. And I'm also questioning, okay, search firm, and you all correct me if I'm wrong. If it's a search firm, they bring back a list of names, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Or do they bring back the name?
List of names.
A list of names.
They bring back candidates.
Right.
Okay, that's what I mean by a list of names.
Right.
I mean, once, okay, let me make this clearer. You tell, I'm just trying to envision how you would do this, because would you go and tell the search firm to bring back a person matching a set of standards or prerequisites that you want in a coach? Or does that search firm just go out, create their own list, create their own parameters, and bring back a list of the best candidates that they feel like should help us? And I see Dirty Bird Mill said, he said maybe Kubiak didn't want to come here. Oh, well, that's possible. That's possible.
Now, with that, what I've been hearing all day, the Raiders might be trying to get him.
But I mean, the Raiders, okay, as head coach?
As a head coach, more money and everything.
But then all that's not a bad spot to go if you're a first-time head coach.
They got pieces.
You got pieces. And you
They
got the number
got
one
some
overall
pieces.
draft pick. And you got plenty of money. You can legit build that team in your image.
Right. So he might have seen that like, oh, shit. The Raiders got all this going on. Shit, I might need to go over there.
Yeah.
Or also, I've been hearing Pittsburgh and Baltimore looking at.
Okay.
Pittsburgh already got their quarterback. I mean, Baltimore already got their quarterback.
Right. All right.
Yeah,
Now,
they got some older pieces on that defense. He might want to get younger, but he did put his twist on it. I just saying.
yeah. Hey, all we doing is speculating at this time. All we're doing is speculating at this time. But and as the days progress, I have a feeling we'll find out a little bit more about the decision process, because see, if the Falcons don't tell it, these other folk will. Because see, Adam Schefter. First thing I was watching the Hawks game, Adam Schefter is saying this, and then Bleacher Report said it, and then somebody else. Okay.
Right, Lynn Cohen.
Yeah. Who else did I hear that from? It was Adam Schefter first, rumor. Bleacher Report said it was done, and then next thing you know, and this is the track I got, and then the Falcons confirmed.
I
So,
saw Ian Rappaport, sir.
oh, okay.
We did. Then
So,
I saw ESPN. I saw Ian Rappaport. Then I saw ESPN. Then I went to Twitter, and then yeah, and here
Yeah.
we are.
So I was waiting, when I saw Schefter say it, it's just about a done deal. Then Bleacher Report, I started nailing up his stuff on the wall. And then when the Falcons said it, I put glue on the back of it. Well, it's a done deal.
Maybe. Okay, can we say Cleveland is a bad overall team? Can we say that?
I think Cleveland is more of a bad organization than a
Okay,
bad team.
okay. So that right there, maybe it wasn't him. It was the overall.
Yeah, cause you remember, Ron, you remember John Chuckery from the radio?
Yeah.
He used to always talk about the Haslams up there in Cleveland as to how bad they were as owners.
Right.
And I mean, Winston, if you could hear that man talk about them jokers, man, I thought they had a tail.
Man, he talked about them like a damn dog.
Yeah. He talked about them jokers like they had a tail about about how bad they are. So
Keep on saying that wrong though.
Go, huh?
Keep on saying that wrong. Like Cleveland is like notorious for being a terrible organization.
Right.
Cleveland, Cincinnati, a horrible organization.
So
They have
maybe
decent teams from time to time, but
what?
overall, the organization itself is horrible. But that's what you get when you have a family ran
Business.
organization. When you have a ran organization that don't know nothing about football, they just money people picking whoever they want to pick. That's what you get.
So maybe it's not him. They just put him in a bad spotlight.
Cause he got a foot some of that blame too, cause he wanted to
I mean,
Deshaun Watson.
yeah, I'm
He got
talking about maybe he did not want Deshaun Watson.
he wanted to Deshaun Watson.
I mean, I just saying, I said it earlier today. A lot of these coaches, don't just say so over who they want and who they don't want on the team. We see it with the Giants.
I put it to you like that. Like I would start to entertain that if it wasn't to the point of all right, you was there for what 5 years, and in
Yeah,
5 years you had 12 quarterbacks.
right.
So you showing it don't matter who you bring in. You showing that you can't develop a quarterback. That's a
But
given. That's a given.
yeah,
Because you had Baker, you had young Baker, y'all drafted Baker. Baker ain't
but
started looking like Baker until Baker got to the Rams.
But remember, Baker did take them to the playoffs.
But they had a star-studded team though.
Right.
They had a squad over there. Baker, they had a young Njoku. They had Amari Cooper. They had who was Odell Beckham. They had the defense was laced all the way over, all the way from front to back. Their defense was strapped.
Man, this game over.
It ain't been over, man.
33-6.
Yeah, they other John threw a pick and they done went right down the field and scored on them again.
So Cleveland, maybe he learned from his mistakes being with Cleveland and saying, I will not do what I did in Cleveland over here. Though we already basically made. We just need a few pieces over here to get to where we trying to go.
And I agree with that. I put it to you like this. All right, where I'm at with it, if Stefanski's calling the plays, I don't want it. I don't want it.
Mm-hmm.
If to me, the most pivotal decision is who's gonna be the OC. I'm
Right.
not worried about the GM. None of that. They gonna do whatever they're gonna do. Who's gonna be the OC? Is it gonna be Stefanski, or you bringing somebody in here that got knowledge on how to develop a quarterback, or you just run the same show that you just ran over in Cleveland? Because if you're
Now,
doing the same thing, if this is gonna be Cleveland South, I want fans got to give him the same smoke they gave Raheem.
Right.
well, I'm gonna tell you now why. Okay, and I'm gonna ask this question because see, I really wasn't paying any attention to what Cleveland was doing until Shador got involved because we got enough problems down here for me to be worried about then going up there messing with them jokes. But
Right.
if Stefanski ran his own offense in Cleveland, how willing do you think that he would be to give up that power and entrust someone else to bring their offense down here? Because it would be the same as Arthur Smith trying to hire an offensive coordinator for real when he was down here with the Falcons.
True.
Because would you really want? Because you remember I asked the question when everybody was talking about that Arthur Smith needed an offensive coordinator.
Right.
I just asked the question: would you want to work for that man?
No.
As an OC?
No.
So that's why I'm feeling that way about that. Because why would he entrust that job to someone? Because Stefanski is not a defensive coach. He's not a defensive coach from what I understand. He's not a defensive coach.
Y'all look at this comment from Keith Simmons, right? He said we may change from the wide outside zone.
Which
All right.
I would where you gonna have to draft some linemen.
Exactly.
And the
But
one you got and the
you
ones you got
legitimately would
gonna
have
have
to
to eat.
change. Yeah, you're gonna have to change everything.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, it's a totally new offensive system.
And then you got to
Yep.
remember this too. See, Bijan wasn't running the outside zone in college. He just sat there and took 3 years to master the outside zone. And in a lot of people eyes, he's the best player in the NFL. So do you really want to reset him?
I don't think we really gonna change it. I think he gonna put his yeah, he gonna tweak it a little bit. That's what I
Well,
think.
that now see that's the thing, Ron. Wide outside zone versus mono hat to hat. See, that's a heck of a change.
I mean,
and plus the fact
way
now
too
one
small
thing for
for it.
Bijan. What was that, Winston?
I said we too small to go hat on hat.
right.
Yeah, Yeah.
We too light on the inside. Like Lindstrom and Noozle would get bullied. They would get
Well,
bullied if we went had a power run screen straight downhill. They would get bullied. You seen
yeah,
like Lindstrom is great, no arguments from it. But you seen when he's lined up with a larger defensive tackle, he get his ass folded up.
yeah.
And it
I
don't
mean,
just,
that's
it's not like it happened just some of the time. Every time he go up against a larger defensive
Yeah,
tackle that is dominant at his position, they
yes.
fold Lindstrom ass up.
A lot of damn pretzel.
yeah. Well,
What's going on, Miss B?
oh, Miss B. Hey, Miss B. Miss B. You can come on in and you can cuss all you want
Yeah,
to.
the link in there.
You know, come
It
on, Miss B. Come on in here. Come on in
it
here, Tommy. I want to hear what
I
you think.
I just got to see in free agents and the draft. And I just tell you if it's gonna be good or not. Do y'all think
Well,
possible that whoever became head coach could touch?
yeah,
Auburn was off limit because you remember early, like when we
Right,
first fired Raheem, Dallas tried to they requested
right.
to interview Auburn and we shut him down.
And
And then
he told Jerry Jones, hell no.
yeah, and then after that, like and another little writing on the wall was earlier. What was it last night? This morning, they said that Stefanski had took it and looked over tapes or whatever, and was figuring out how he could work his offense along with Ulbricht's defense. And
see, so
then they
that
took it.
tells you
Yeah,
that,
then they took it and announced that yeah, Stefanski's coming back for a second interview.
Interview.
that tells you right there. He will hire an offensive coordinator, but that offensive coordinator will not be calling plays on Sunday.
Well,
That tell you that right there. That tell you that right there. Cause see, if he's looking at if Winston's description is what he did, see that offensive court. See, the thing is, and this is what I'm looking at. And y'all, like I said, y'all correct me if I'm wrong. If you're looking at how your offense is going to work with the pieces that we have, you've already declared and you're going back home or you're going someplace, or in the interview, you're going to explain during the course of the interview how you're going to make your offense work. Or otherwise, you would have been saying, because see, the thing is, I'm going back to what happened when Dan Quinn was hired. Dan Quinn told Arthur Blank that he was bringing in Shanahan as his offensive coordinator,
right,
and what's his name as the defense coordinator. All right. Now,
right.
Shanahan didn't have to come in and explain what his offense was going to be, like a head coach would. That's not going to do it. That's not going to have it or run the offense himself. And you see Bobby Means asking my question: who is the OC going to be? Whoever it is, Bobby Means. My money, whoever it is, he's going to be just learning. Oh, you know what? I just thought of something. They were talking, whether it was Friday or Saturday, about how offensive coordinators get lost if they're successful.
Right.
Versus a head coach who's running his offense and you lock him down to a 5-year deal.
But he might already told Matt Ryan or Arthur Blank, hey, I got Mike McDaniels coming in, or I got their OC coming in. They got the pedigree that I'm looking for. that
I think that's who it's gonna be though.
Mike McDaniels,
Yeah.
he a good OC, but a terrible as a head coach.
But does Mike now? But okay. Now this is the thing. This is the thing. To counter what you guys said,
Chat down. Hey man, come on in here, chat down.
you know him.
Yeah, you know chat down. Chat down
What's his
you
real name?
uh
Oh, the check down.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, come on in here, man. Shoot.
It's been a minute since you don't put out some content.
Yeah.
Come on in and speak your piece, man. The link out there. Matter of fact, hold on, I'll repost.
So you got Mike McDaniels. Mike McDaniels come from, now I could be wrong, come from that Shanahan tree. Yes or no?
I think so.
Okay. So
Yeah, Mike comes from the Shanahan tree.
okay. So that let me know our new head coach will not touch it. Our offense. He will
If
not touch it. He will
if
add
if
stuff
we get
to it.
McDaniel,
But thing about that is that's what you had with Raheem.
No. You did not have that with Raheem.
Well, Raheem didn't touch the offense either. He was a managing head coach. He didn't work on Sunday.
Right. See, our head coach wanted to be working on Sunday. That's the difference.
Well, and see, that's why I say what I say. If he if you think that Mike McDaniels is going to be, excuse me, not Mike McDaniels. If you think that Stefanski is going to be working on Sunday, then the offensive coordinator is not going to be doing nothing.
I think they're both going to work together to come up with the play calling.
it depends. I mean, cause like, all right. So
Like every big
Stefanski
enemy
Stefanski
and
comes Stefanski comes on the Gary Kubiak tree. All right. So Stefanski's offense is basically the same thing as Clint Kubiak's offense is. It's pretty much the same shit, to be honest. And I think that would teetered it because would I rather have a head coach with experience of being a head coach running
right,
said offense, or do I want a young upstart offensive coordinator to be the first time head coach and implementing his offense while he's still learning on the job?
right,
And
and
I think that's what the sway was because
right.
like
The experience.
they said this, they kept sitting there saying, but hell, and Arthur Blank in his letter, he said they said, like, look, you know, we done took into consideration, we paying attention to what y'all been saying in the comments and social media and all that stuff. And everybody kept sitting there saying, we don't want another first time head coach. So now,
Oh, that's check down there.
yeah, I'm gonna put him in there. Steven, yeah?
I'm here.
What's going on,
Boss
boss man?
man.
What's up, fellas? Oh, it's not a good night. Man, I can't wait to call my damn season ticket rep on Tuesday. Let him know he can have them damn tickets.
Man, hey.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm overreacting, but of all the people, man, it just kills me how we put these narratives on these coaches that are losing coaches. And I don't want to hear about, well, he coached the Browns. So what? I mean, the way he handled the Shador situation, the way that, I mean, his record, all of that. Why would we choose him? And I want to be clear, it's not just about Shador. In fact, it's primarily not about Shador. I saw Tidy posted his record. as a coach. And that was the main thing that we were angry about Raheem about. We were like, this dude, he's been a losing coach. And then you bring this guy in who's cold,
man.
who lies, who's not straight with people. That's crazy, man. I don't know. I mean, I hope he proves me wrong, but this is just downright ridiculous in my humble opinion. And
I put it to you like this, Steve. So Stefanski, all right, record competitor. Raheem done won 16 games over the past 2 years. Over the same span of time, Stefanski only won 8.
right.
So, like I said, if Stefanski come down here and make this Cleveland South, it better be the same smoking vitriol for him as
Absolutely.
it was for Raheem.
Because Raheem, honestly, I didn't like Raheem not knowing how to manage the clock and all that shit. Excuse the expression. But damn, you don't get 3 years? Okay, let's run him out of town. But like you said, we need that same smoke. But the problem is we're like a hamster on a wheel. You know, we never know really what we have because we keep starting over. Every 2 years, every 3 years, we're starting over. And I mean, we're starting over with some bullshit. And look, you all have seen my videos on Matt Ryan. I think Matt Ryan is a great guy. I don't know him personally. But this is the epitome of how some players have privilege. You take this man who has a 500 winning record as a quarterback, okay, just because he's very likable, and you make him the primary decision maker of the organization? That doesn't make sense to me. Because if you did the same thing with another player, we'd all be up in arms about it. It's because we like the guy. He's cool. He's nice. He's likable. He's a great leader. And we don't know any of that. We haven't been in those locker rooms. I remember when he first went to the Colts, and a lot of the players started saying he's a jerk. I don't know if you all remember that story. He went away pretty quickly. And he said, I didn't come here to be friends. I came here to win. And so I'm not saying that he is a jerk, but the point is his first swing, his first at bat with Stefanski, I'm not feeling it. And I was feeling good about Matt Ryan coming in, as long as he's not on the football field. I was okay. But this, I mean, seriously, and I heard some things on 790, not 790, 92.9 earlier today that Stefanski, you know, he had his second interview and the Falcons didn't want to have the same thing that happened with Stefanski that happened with Harbaugh. Well, Harbaugh's in a different league. We're going to assign a certain value to Stefanski like he's not Harbaugh. And there's so many narratives. I'm in communication, so you can assign narratives to people. Someone could say, well, hell, he couldn't even do anything with Watson. Now, we all know what happened with Watson, but certainly people could say, well, hell, you know, Watson was all right till he went to the Browns, and we know all the off-the-field things that happened with Watson. But I'm just saying, that's an example of a narrative. What is the narrative about Stefanski? What has he done? I understand that he was coach of the year 2 times. To me, that's subjective. That's people voting.
Yeah, yes.
That's not an achievement. That's not he rushed for 2,000 yards. And that's why I don't put a whole lot of stock in MVPs and Pro Bowls, because people are voting. You know, I like that guy. He was on my team. He's a great guy. I'm voting for him. Oh, man, look at what he's done. I mean, look at last year, what happened. Lamar Jackson was clearly the MVP based on the data. So don't come at me with this, well, he was coach of the year twice. So what? He won a popularity contest.
Yeah, how long ago was that? That was 3 years ago. His last one. What has he done since then?
Can I ask you something? You talked about the Deshaun Watson, Deion Sanders' son, right?
Yeah, I mentioned that too.
Okay, so how we know he did not want Deion Sanders' son, and the owner wanted Deion Sanders' son?
See, that's the problem though. If I don't want Dion's son, but Dion's son comes in and he's clearly better than the kid that's above him, I want to win. So I'm going to play who's going to win.
Okay,
He
we
didn't
seen
do
the wait a minute. We seen the same thing with Carolina. We seen that with Frank Wright got to Carolina. He
that.
won CJ Stroud. The
Mhm.
owner said, give me Bryce Young. So we cannot say he said this, he said that. You gotta do what the owner tell you to do if you want to keep your job.
But if the owner wanted Shador, why did he make Shador? Why did the coach make Shador wait so long?
I don't know.
See, it doesn't
Yeah,
make sense
like
to me.
you
And
can't, you can't. Like, all right, even if Shador wasn't the quarterback that he wanted, when Shador got in the building and you started going over football thing, which is your domain, that's your realm,
Right.
and you start practicing in OTAs and training camp and all that, and you see what he's doing, but you won't really even see what he's doing because you're not even giving him time out there on the field. He's
I
playing with staffers on the
wait a
sideline.
minute.
that's
I
the
with y'all.
professionalism that I have a problem with.
I with y'all on that. But if this the man that pay you, you gotta do what he say.
That's the whole
That's
thing.
all I'm
He
saying. And
wasn't
like
doing
you,
nothing. He wasn't
wait a
doing
minute.
nothing like that. He
But
had
what I'm
Shador
saying,
throwing
and
on the
like you working
sideline with
at
staffers. So if
right,
Shador was the owner's pick, no, even beyond that, it don't matter who picked Shador was. Shador's in the building now. What you do is, because he's a young quarterback, you have to coach him up. You give
true,
him the reps like you giving Dylan Gabriel. You
true,
have to. You have to.
true.
Because
I with
otherwise
you
it's
on that.
clear mismanagement.
I with you on that.
And that
But
what got
what
him fired.
I
what
think
I'm
so too.
saying is some of these head coaches don't got say so like we think they got say so.
When it come
They
down to coaching, your team, the
Mhm.
X's and O's and the players who gonna start this that, and the third, it's strictly the coach. That's the coach. Can't no owner sit and say, "Hey man, I like Slim Jim down there. That third string cornerback on the practice squad. I want to be a starter on Sunday." No, ain't no owner gonna sit there and say that.
I mean
Okay, the first
all
thing
I just
any competent coach will sit there and say, "Hey, no, he's not ready. Such and such give me a better chance of winning.
Right.
This is what we're here for. We're here to win."
And think about it from
all
this
I
perspective. If the owner wanted Shador and the coach didn't, the coach pretty much bucked the system because the coach only put Shador in when he absolutely had to, when it was obvious that Dylan Gabriel wasn't going to cut the mustard. If the owner's like, hell, we're selling jerseys, people are coming to the games, they have signs for Shador, put him in. He's like, well, no, he's not ready. He's not ready. That's all we heard. He's not ready. And he gets in and he plays much better than Dylan Gabriel.
Hell, I do you one better. I do you one better. Like if Shador is the owner's pick, right, and the
mm-hmm.
owner was so heavily influenced upon the team, like the actual day to day of the team, Shador would have started the season off as a starter,
Yep.
Right.
and they would just went through the ups and downs with him growing as a
Right.
I,
rookie.
but what I'm saying, sometimes you gotta do what you told.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you
Ron, you're
think
not catching it. If Shador was the owner's pick and the
right?
owner wanted Shador on the field that bad, Shador would have started the season off.
That's what
Shador, they
You
they
right.
had to they had to trade Joe Flacco, then they
right.
traded Kenny Pickett, then Dylan Gabriel got out there, then Dylan Gabriel got hurt, then Shador got on the field.
And
It
here's the
was
thing. That's where I was going. So, do you think Stefanski had any say or any knowledge that his first string and second string quarterbacks were going to be traded? He was going to be left with rookies.
I don't know. I cannot say that. I don't know. I was not in no meetings. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. But what I am saying, we seen from the Giants when before they fired their head coach, and they did not ask him, do he want to keep Saquon Barkley? They did not ask him that. It went up to the GM and the owner.
But this was before the season really started when they got
That,
rid of Kenny Pickett.
yeah, Saquon. That's an entirely different situation. Saquon was up for a contract extension.
Right. And he
But
was
they
highly
could,
sought after.
what I'm saying, they could ask the head coach, hey, do you want to keep him? Can you make this work? They did not ask him that.
In all
That's what I'm
actuality,
saying.
I don't have to ask him that. That's not
But
his
he's
job.
the head coach.
It doesn't matter. Your job is to coach whoever I put on the team. If I decided to draft you, Ron, and you, John and Steven and James, if I decided to draft y'all, I'm the owner of the team, and I tell the GM go get those folks. All right, cool. Well, head coach, here you go. Here's your player. Figure it out. That's your job.
Yeah, I just think it's a bad move, guys. And I hope I'm wrong because I'm a diehard Falcons fan and I'm dying hard right now. Because this is ridiculous, man. Of all the people, you bring this guy in. I mean, why don't we talk to McCarthy? Did he just tell us no flat out? Is he not interested in coaching? His record is stellar.
I'm wondering if they're going to ask him, ask Ryan about that Monday or Tuesday in the press conference.
Yeah.
Because man, and see now something else about those press conferences. They have, well, I might be wrong about that. I keep that to myself. But yeah, I expect to find out a little bit more about that.
Go ahead, throw it up.
Well, no. I'm gonna hold that one. I'm gonna hold that one.
Well, we got a show on Wednesday. It's cool.
Yeah.
We got one on Wednesday. I'm gonna hold that.
It seems like we're going backwards again. Because before Terry Fontenot was hired, we hired Arthur Smith. Why are we hiring coaches before the GM? Because Matt's the GM? Is that what this is?
I
They
think
said that when they
Matt,
was
the new
doing
Rich-
they said when they were doing the interviews for the president of football that they double as interviews for GM. I
Yeah,
think they already know who the GM is going to be.
they're undermining the power of the GM. The GM in Atlanta is a figurehead because Matt Ryan is who they will report to. And so, what's the GM's job? Just to help the coach be like the person who really focuses on the players and report up to Matt. I mean, we don't have a traditional structure, and I'm not saying tradition has to always be the way, but it's what works. And so you bring in a rookie, first time president of football who's acting as the GM, and we don't even have a GM yet. So did the GM hire the coach? No. Did the GM hire the coach when we had Arthur Smith? No. And how did that work out? I mean, what are we doing? We're making the same mistakes.
But they could have asked each GM,
right.
hey, you know what I'm saying? Well, each president of football, hey, you know what I'm saying? If we don't hire you for president of football and you are the GM,
The
which
minute
head coach would you like in the building?
Right. But the minute that Harbaugh was off the board, the minute that it was clear he was going to New York, if he was the only bona fide guy that you all were ready to just do whatever you needed to get him, the minute that it was reported he was going to New York, what's the rush? And I'm not saying wait all season because certainly we can end up with someone who we really don't want. But it's like, okay, relax. These are the players out here now. Tomlin doesn't want to coach. Are we sure about that? Can we talk? And I understand it would take some some compensation to get him or whatever, but that's Tomlin, McCarthy. I mean, are we not talking to them at all?
I don't know.
To be honest,
We probably did.
I think so too.
See, like Ron said, we don't know.
We don't know. You're right.
That's why this press conference Tuesday or Wednesday,
right.
is going to reveal a little bit more, because see, they're going to ask. I wouldn't doubt that Chris Domino or Nick Cellini or Steak Shapiro, one of them, is going to ask them, did we talk to this person? Did we talk to that person? Now, if you've been monitoring Facebook, the radio, everything, you know everybody that they've interviewed, because every time somebody come in with an interview, boom, we interviewed this person. Boom, we interviewed that person. Boom, we interviewed that person. Okay. Now, what's going on the phones, out of our site and out of the reporter site and out of the people leaking information site, we don't know. But, you know, I would have thought, or I would think, that a organization would do their due diligence and wait however long it is that you need to wait, because see, the draft is in April. Okay, draft ain't till April.
Right.
All right, you got plenty of time.
Right.
You got plenty of time to draft and get who you want. And that's why I'm leaning toward the relationship that Ryan has had with Stefanski, because from what I understand, they know each other real well. All right. Now, that, I mean, whether that's going to translate into success or not, on the surface, I really don't think so, because it was, I look at what just happened with us, a relationship in the past between Raheem Morris and the offensive coordinator, by them being on the same staff, coming up as assistants, or whatever it was that Robinson was,
right, that
got him the job. All right. So, and you know, man, this, and really, this was a very convoluted hiring process after Harbaugh was removed from the scene. And you know, when Harbaugh was taken off the scene, this was very, very convoluted. Not saying that Harbaugh would have been a great choice, because see, our situation is, I want to say unique, but then again, it's not. It kind of is, for the fact that the last two coaches that we hired, last three coaches that we hired, were first-time head coaches learning on the job. That worked out well for one, because Dan Quinn, it worked out well for Dan Quinn, because the defensive side of the ball and the offensive side of the ball were covered by people who had done the job before. And like the saying says, winning cures everything.
Right.
Okay. When they went to the Super Bowl, now see, it was 2015, the first year that Shanahan was here, with Matt Ryan and everything. Man, it was real iffy. We didn't know whether they were going to get fired at the end of the year. But that 2016 season, that winning turned everything around. It turned everything around.
Yep.
But the other thing about that, you can't use that and say that it will work doing it that way.
Right.
That's the thing. You can't say it, because sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
I just think they wanted somebody that got experience. And he was not winning that much in Cleveland. He wasn't. But he got experience. How to do everything.
Yeah, as a head coach. He's been a
head coach. Instead of, like Winston said, instead of learning on the job of being a head coach. he got
Because
experience. So
Yeah,
no, see,
I just
oh,
hope
go ahead.
I just hope we're wrong, guys. My daughter called me up because she saw the news before I did, and I'm scrolling Facebook, and I'm like, okay, this is people put out all kinds of stuff, especially with AI.
right,
Then I looked up, and it was posted by the damn Atlanta Falcons. I was,
Yeah,
you got to be kidding me. So I hope I'm wrong, and winning does cure everything, because if he comes in here and he's killing it, and I'll admit that I was wrong, and I'll be singing a different tune. But at the same time, I don't understand the decision making. I really don't. And there was a lot of turmoil in our organization about having Rich McKay, like the shadow government, really controlling everything.
right,
Seems like Matt Ryan is the new Rich McKay. In the press conference, we couldn't really figure out what Matt's job was, what he's going to do. But Arthur Blank, in his press conference, when he was alone, was very clear. He was going to be the ultimate decision maker, and the coach and the GM was going to report up to him. And so, if we just had a coach that brought in a rookie offensive coordinator and a rookie defensive coordinator his first year, and we saw how that worked out, what do we learn from that? Oh, well, why don't we go get a rookie person who's in charge of all of the damn football?
and
I
yeah,
mean,
and oh, go ahead, Ron.
I just think Arthur Blank he tired. Like Arthur Blank wanted somebody that got experience, and this just my opinion.
You mean as what?
As a head coach, like
Right. So
he
it could be
been
bad
a head
experience.
coach,
It doesn't have to be good experience. He just wants someone who he wants the most
right,
experienced person available.
right.
If that was the case, we would have went hard at Harbaugh.
Well,
'Cause
Harbaugh, I think we
Harbaugh and
did, but
Tomlin was the most experienced coaches coming out.
right,
Tomlin
but
had
I think
19 and Harbaugh had 18.
right, but I think Harbaugh he gave them a price, and Arthur Blank was like, nah,
No, look, all right. Well, when Harbaugh got fired, like not that long afterward, Harbaugh was already in New York.
Right.
right,
He was in New York. Harbaugh
but
had been
you
in New
seen
York
that price
all this
that
week,
he gave the New York Giants,
Yeah.
and but that's the Giants.
Yeah.
Because you know why? When you in that market, when you in the New York market, you can go ahead and command that type of money because you in that type of market. You're gonna get so much more back on publishing and
right, right,
merchandising and everything else under the sun. Because look what you just brought in last year.
right,
You just brought in Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterboo,
Right.
and their fans love them.
Right.
right,
Those who right there, media darling of there in New York. All
Right.
right, and you got Malik Neighbors.
That's
right,
right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I can go ahead and command this type of money because you're gonna get that money back tenfold if I start winning. All I gotta do is just get the right people in play. If
And
we start winning the way we supposed to win with the defense that we already have, they need to bring back Thibodeau.
I'll say
But
this. Oh,
go
I'm sorry.
ahead,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
So
Thibodeau,
yeah,
Kayvon Thibodeau,
for
he's
the
in New York.
Giants,
defensive end
Yeah.
for the Giants.
But
okay.
see, Arthur Blank, talking about his age, yeah, he needs to win now. I mean,
right,
he's rich
I
as
thought you were talking about Tom Thibodeau.
hell. So Arthur Blank should be prepared to stroke a check to win, because it's not about money right now for him. He's not paying billions of dollars. He could have paid that man $20 million a year. He could have gotten it done if he wanted to. But the other thing we got to think about is behind the scenes, what real coaches want to come here and report to someone who they may not respect, not as a quarterback, but as a president of
Decision
football.
maker.
Yeah.
right, right.
I mean,
You
would Tom
right,
want to do that? Would Harbaugh want to do that?
Yeah, I do think that we may have talked to Tomlin behind the scene,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why they took and released that photo of him being at his daughter game down in
Right.
Georgia.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I do think that somebody, you know what I'm saying, back channel, hey man,
Yep.
see that
Yeah,
let's
I
go
know
grab a bite to
somebody
eat real
asked
quick.
him.
Yeah,
I know
Right.
somebody
somebody
asked him.
holler at him. Hey
Yeah.
man,
Yeah, somebody asked him.
Cam
like
Newton talked about it.
is the coaching gene all the way about you, man? The coaching bug all the way about you, or you didn't want to set it down for a year or something, and
Hmm.
then reevaluate. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? I do think that conversation has been had. It wasn't in an official capacity, but I do think that conversation was had.
Right.
Yeah,
Let me say this
probably
about
so, man.
Harbaugh.
I just not Kubiak, man.
What'd you
Right.
say, Jane?
Let me say this about Harbaugh. Harbaugh won't go report to Matt Ryan because he came out today and said I report to the home.
Hmm.
Well, what was that, James? I missed that. You were kind of low.
I said Harbaugh wasn't going to report to Matt Ryan due to the simple fact he came out today and he said he reports to the home.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that wouldn't surprise me at all
Yeah.
And
because
see,
So
go ahead,
so
y'all.
no,
so
no,
the thing was within the situation is that it was he wasn't gonna be up for the money wise he would agree with it all day, but the structural sides of reporting to Matt Ryan, nah, good.
Yeah, and
He's above that. But I mean, at the same time, I've been a head coach for 18 years. I started being a head coach back when you were first drafted.
he's a
Right.
super coach. He's a Super
Like,
Bowl winning coach.
yeah,
yeah, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, you went to the Super Bowl, but you lost there. I won a Super Bowl.
He went to the
I
Super
started.
Bowl.
I was a head coach. I was a decision maker when you were still figuring out the speed of the NFL.
That's right. He went to the Super Bowl with a quarterback drafted after you in your same
Exactly.
class.
Like so, I mean that dynamic alone, yeah, that's a little. That's a tough pill to swallow. That's a tough pill to swallow. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like if you used to being at a certain level, and then they knock you down a couple pegs, and then bringing in the new young upstart or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I can understand. I can understand why Harbaugh, and that's why he went straight to New York.
Right.
Like he went to New York when he interviewed for us. That was over Zoom, while he was in New York.
And was it a Zoom or was it a phone call?
No, it was a Zoom. It was the Zoom meeting on the laptop.
Okay.
Yeah, like he won't leave him from New York. Harbaugh been in New York all this week
Yeah.
straight.
But no, we said we talked to him before he even went to New York. Remember those
Mm-mm.
reports that we put out saying that we interviewed him and
Yeah, we
New
we
York?
talked to him before he interviewed for New York, but he was in New York when we interviewed him.
Ah, I got you. I got you. I
because
got
see, yeah, from what I understood, he conducted interviews with everybody that had expressed interest in him via Zoom. It was not an in-person interview or anything of that nature,
you. Mhm.
or it was just informal talks or whatever.
Mhm.
But
Outside of the Giants was the only per the Giants was the only organization that he interviewed in person with. He
yeah,
did
on the
everything.
first
He
go around or the second.
overall they the only organization that he was actually inside the building.
Yeah.
Was that because see that was that the
He,
second
he
interview or the first one, or
the
was
first
it
one
both?
and the second one.
Oh, okay, that's right. All right, all right.
Yeah, they the only organization that he actually went inside of the building for. When he got fired, Harbaugh was in New York not long after. And then while he was in New York, that's when we reached out and we set up our interview, had a Zoom meeting with him. And then the next morning he had his first interview with the Giants. Then fast forward a couple more days, and he have his second one. They nail out the woo woo, and he's the new head coach.
So
But he never left from New York.
let me ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
How
Go ahead.
explain to me, and I'm not saying I believe this one way or the other, but I'd like to understand how Stefanski is a better coach based on his record, based on the performance of his team, and anything else you want to throw in there, including the popularity vote for best coach or whatever, than Mike McDaniels. I know Mike McDaniels, scrawny little nerd looking dude, but when Tua was healthy, they were rolling. Everyone was scared of them last year, and they beat a team 70 to something. And
Oh
so
yeah, they beat that. That's when they beat Denver.
yeah,
Yeah, they wiped
they were
Denver.
killing it.
Man,
They were killing it. So, and I'm not saying that he is. I'm just saying, the narrative about Stefanski and what has he done?
see that
Outside of those
question.
two Coach of the Year awards, he haven't done nothing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
But
mean,
that
what you're hey, believe your eyes and your ears. Don't let nobody tell you wrong, because they seeing and they hearing exactly what they're telling you that they seeing and they hear. And you know, I'm joining you in the head shake. I'm joining you in the head shake, man. But see, I'm trying to go along with the new structure and everything Falcon, and I'm trying to be nice
I am too.
because I'm giving you a chance to do it, to do your job. But just like Winston said, just like you said, just like James said, when they announced Matt Ryan as head of football, the grand poobah of football, I meant to do a live from the podium on this situation, but I was just going to see how things shook out, and see, now I definitely got to do one.
Yeah.
Because my concerns was that you, Matt Ryan, you don't have the experience and knowledge to be able to make these types of calls, because you did not come up in a team environment or a business environment to be able to do this successfully.
Right.
That was the first thing that came to my mind, because there is a business of football and then there is a game of football.
yeah, but see, Matt not dealing with the business. Matt's not dealing
But
with the business at all.
well,
Greg
well,
Beal,
if you are hiring people,
Right.
you're dealing with the business.
Yeah.
Matt job is personnel. That's it.
So, okay,
Personnel. Front office below him, all the way down to the scouts.
But
That's Matt's job.
that's important
Contract
too.
numbers and all that stuff. That's GM Greg Beadle. Greg Beadle is technically de facto president of football operations while being CEO. So he handles the actual money side of things. He's the CEO of the team, and he handles the money side along with the GM. Matt handles the personnel. Like the GM gonna sit there and say, "All right, we need to get this contract done." I'm thinking da 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 woo woo. He's not going to Matt about that. He may go to Matt like, "Hey, look, you think we should bring this player back?" Yeah, all right, get it done. Then he going to go holler at Beetle. I'm trying to make this money work. You know what I'm saying? Here's what I'm working with. This way he gonna be in this range. Da 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 woo woo. Him and Beetle will figure the money part out. Matt's on some. Well, all right, we going with this type of offense and this type of defense. We need these type of players. Go find this one. Him, get that one free agency. Go get him, go get that one, go get this one. That's what Matt doing. Matt is orchestrating your 53 and your practice squad and your head coach and your GM and your scouts. That's what Matt doing. The GM and Beetle is doing the money. Matt's more in line with the head coach than the GM.
now that's the financial side of the business. Matt Ryan is handling the personnel side of the business.
Yeah, that's why
When
they didn't put
he
operation on the title.
right, but see, that's what I'm saying. And even the personnel side of the business in hiring a head coach, a general manager, all of that, because see, you have many facets to the business side. You got the financial, you got human resources, you got and personnel will fall up under human resources. You got the legal side, and you got public relations side. There are many different sides of the business side. Matt Ryan being placed in charge of hiring or finding people or promoting people or going to get people, that's talent acquisition. That's still
Yeah,
part of the business side. So since that's why I said that he was not groomed in the expertise of doing that particular part of the business side before he got the job. Because usually, kind of like John Lynch was, kind of like, oh man. Well, I say John Lynch because that's the only name I can remember right now. Well, John Elway.
John Elway too.
Now, John Elway, when he came in, John Elway came in and I did some reading on that. When John Elway came in, they already had a general manager, president of football operations, and somebody else there. John Elway came in and said, look, I don't know anything about doing any of this, but this is what I want to do. John Elway brought with him having run a franchise before in the USFL or XFL or something. He had done that before. And it was, about 11 years after he retired that he came and approached the Broncos about becoming VP of football operations, GM. And they groomed him for his role. They groomed John Elway. It wasn't like John Elway was just plucked and thrown into this position. They groomed him for the role. Because see, who was that I sent that to? Oh, matter of fact, I sent it to BlackBerry, the article from Denver, Colorado, when John Elway first approached him and became the executive. So John Elway was groomed for his role. He had had some type of experience prior to coming to the Broncos, doing that job for the Broncos. John Lynch, he called Shanahan when he found out that Shanahan was getting ready to take the San Francisco job, and Shanahan told him to talk to someone there at the San Francisco front office, and they hired him. They already had people in place, and he was groomed for his role. So Matt Ryan is the only person that we know of, or that I know of right now, that was just plucked and dropped. Well, no. Matt Millen came from television and went to the Detroit Lions. Sure did. Matt Millen was let me see. I'm trying to think whether he was a game-by-game announcer or whether he was studio. No, he was a game-by-game announcer for Fox, because he called our in the 98 year, he called our divisional game against San Francisco. No, matter of fact, he called the regular season game in Atlanta and the divisional game in Atlanta against San Francisco. That's what I remember him from. I know he done a whole bunch of other things, but that's what I'm saying. In a business like in the football business, you do have some aspects that mirror other businesses, and you have some unique aspects of the football business because of the fact that it's sports. So Matt Ryan And I just sent a super chat over there to old Big Low, and they still laughing. But hey, when you have successes, you're gonna get the flowers. When you have failures or perceived failures, you're gonna get the tiki torches. And the fan base is really, really split about this one. They were really split when it was a rumor. And they were split about every candidate that we had, the good and the bad. They were looking to, they were weighing the pros and the cons of every candidate. And as far as the choice, it was going to be whoever it was that they selected at this time. It was going to be and yay, it's just going to be on both ends of the spectrum. But man, I tell you, he's gonna get it. He's gonna get it from both sides. He's gonna get he's gonna get the flowers, and he's gonna get the doggone tiki torches, like I say, on this one. And this is a gigantic roll of the dice, because this has got to work. Because just like Steven is talking right now, your PSLs and your ticket sales and all this type of stuff is in the balance here in the off season. Because hey Steve, when do they want that money?
That could also
February.
Indicate what the sort of identity of this football.
Well, which money? The PSL? You pay the PSL when you become a member.
Okay, now think about that. Now they find everybody, unless some folk got it like that where they can pay it all off at one time, and that's probably you, Steve.
No, that's not me.
And then the season ticket people that have to, the season tickets that you must buy in order to continue to own the PSL. It's still like that, right?
Yep.
Okay, so the payments for that is February.
I think it does start in February.
Let's see, man,
I'm pretty sure it does. Because see, here's what they do. They will send you, your free gift. They try to get you to really buy in. So here's a free gift that you have to claim by, like the 20th of the month of January. It could be like customized Falcons gear, a necklace, something that they give to their quote unquote members, exclusive things. And I think when you do that, I'm not sure if that binds you to, or contractually binds you to, continuing to be a season ticket holder, for the upcoming year. But they start, pressing you before the Super Bowl.
Oh,
yeah, they start pressing you before the Super Bowl. And so, even if you have to carry it for another year. And I'm not sneezing at that. I'm a father with children who have been through college and are in college, and this is playtime. This is for play, and my money is not for play because I have real responsibilities.
Right.
And so this makes that decision, and I'm not saying necessarily the Stefanski hire, but dumb decisions, losing records. I don't care about $2 hot dogs. You
got to get in there first to eat them and pay for them.
Exactly. But anyway, yeah, they start pressing you early. And I think a lot of people, especially when you think about the makeup of Atlanta's, the Atlanta demographic. You go to the Falcons games. Whenever I have family and friends that come to Atlanta and they go to a game with me, they're just amazed when they look around and see who's in the stands.
Yeah.
They're like, damn,
Are we at a Falcons game?
Right. But see, that could change. And you have quite a few people who looked at how Stefanski handled the Shador situation. And people like to push that aside. But that's a serious situation. And I'm gonna, if you just give me one moment, explain why it's such a serious situation. When you look at the African American community, and you look at how specifically Black men are portrayed And I'm not saying that we don't go out and do dumb things sometimes. Anyway, I won't go down that road. But we are at the top of the list when it comes to crime, when it comes to dropout, when it comes to fathers not at home, all of that. And Deion Sanders, beyond his athletic prowess, did a damn good job with his boys. And he was a major entertainer. If anybody had an excuse not to be there, to have nannies and helpers and all that shit, they clearly love their dad and are part of their dad. I mean, he went and coached Jackson State. I mean, Little League, Jackson State, Colorado. It's clear the connection. So it's bigger than football. Deion's relationship on display rejects the narrative about all men that look like you and me. And so when you see blatant rejection of a man, not a man who's out there with kids that have off the field issues, and they try to start floating that stuff about Shador he didn't have any off the field issues. He was a good student, Christian boy, like people like. But still, we got to break this kid down. We got to teach him a lesson because his dad has too much confidence. And maybe, people can perceive that as arrogance or whatever, but damn that. Because Peyton Manning's dad told the NFL, now I don't give a damn what y'all say. My son's not playing in San Diego. So you all draft him and you all figure out all that paperwork behind the scenes, but you all get this right because my son's playing in the Big Apple, and it happened. And so I'm not saying that Deion should have that. What I'm saying, though, is what Deion represents is not just the best athlete that's ever played in Atlanta. People like to throw out Matt Ryan's the best. Man, bullshit. Deion's not only the best Falcon, he's the best athlete. He hit home runs and ran touchdowns, World Series and damn Super Bowls. And then this man goes out and presents himself as an example. And I'm not talking about his early years when he was a young man and didn't know the ways of the world, but clearly he represents what our men should aspire to be. Clearly you can see the love between he and his boys, and he's there for them. And you're going to go out and handle him like that in the draft. And then after the draft, when he is clearly better than the kid you have above him, it just doesn't make sense. And whether that was Stefanski's call or someone else's call, Stefanski, if it wasn't his call, it certainly looked like it was, because he wasn't being straight. And so there are a lot of people in Atlanta, there are a lot of people in this country, Black people, who will never forgive him for that. They'll never forgive him for that. And then you want to bring him to Wakanda? Now, people like you and me who are diehard Falcons fans, I'll roll with him. I may give him the benefit of the doubt if he's winning. I'll try to rationalize it by saying, well, I wasn't in that meeting. I don't know. You never know. And ignore what I see. I just know what I know. I know he said Dylan Gabriel was a better quarterback. I know that Deion Sanders represents, in my humble opinion, what things should look like. And so to add insult to injury, the guy's not even that good. He's not a good coach. We ran Raheem out of here because he had a losing record. Now, granted, he made some stupid time management decisions, and I am not on here trying to, say we did him wrong or whatever, even though he maybe should have gotten another year. But you bring in Stefanski, whose record in the last 2 years is way worse than Raheem's record. The guy we just ran out of here. And Terry was cooking. What the hell we get rid of Terry for? Damn. I mean, if we look at Mike McDaniel, if we give the same excuse to Mike McDaniel that we give to Stefanski and say, well, Stefanski, that was the Browns and he didn't have a QB and this and that and this and that. Well, shit. Mike McDaniels, he didn't have a QB. His QB was hurt. He was killing it until his QB got hurt. So I think that bringing Stefanski to Wakanda is a slap in the face for a lot of people who aren't making $500,000 a year and are buying season tickets and paying PSLs. You know, that's ridiculous. People who have families who are making real tough decisions in this economy when groceries are high. You know, everything is high now. And I'm going to go out and spend $15,000 on season tickets?
Stephen, let me ask you this though, right? Like
Yep.
even with the backdrop of everything that happened over there in Cleveland and Shador and all that, if we have a winning season next year and we go to the playoff, let's say we win, let's say we win one game. Do you think people really gonna keep holding on to what happened with Shador?
I think
Well, Atlanta Falcon fans anyway.
well, I think the Falcons fans, the diehard Falcons fans like you and I, we'll let it go a little bit. We'll pretty much let it go. But you have people who are fans of the game because of Deion Sanders. They tune in. Like when people started watching Colorado, nobody was watching damn Colorado football. They watched because it was Deion Sanders. And it wasn't football fans. They were fans of Deion. Just like when Vic brought a lot of people to the Falcons, people who are still here. So did Matt Ryan. And so, yeah, there are going to be people who will never understand or forgive him unless there's a clear explanation that he was cornered into that situation. You know, I mean, that's just how it is. People just, that's how, people roll because you're talking about, and I'm not talking about every Atlanta Falcon fan. I'm talking about people who have been disenfranchised on a level that still stings today and has been stinging for 400 years or more. And so when you're still seeing this kind of bullshit, it's like, come on now. Come on. If you were bringing in a guy who was a winner and he bullshitted, okay, I got to change my language. I'm sorry. And he was, you know, not treating one of our players well, might be like, okay, you know what? But he is a good coach. Or if the kid who was the son of a player who we admired was just a total screw up, doing all kinds of stupid stuff. And I'm not talking about, flashing jewelry and stuff. I'm talking about getting in trouble with the law like a lot of people or players do. Then it'd be like, well, you know what? Maybe there's something there, but, he needs to get his act together. But he didn't have any of that. And so that makes me pause. And it makes me wonder why in the world would we choose him? Why not go after McCarthy, who's a better better coach, and doesn't have any of this baggage? And I have a theory too. I think that what happened, I think the Falcons listen to radio and they look at social media, and I think it drives some of their decision making. Because what started bubbling up after the Matt Ryan hire was, well, they better bring in an experienced coach because you can't have anybody with no experience at the top and no experience as a coach and no experience as a GM. We're not going to tolerate that. I even heard that on 92.9. Heard that on the game. And
yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if that was part of it because I don't know if Kubiak would have been a better coach. I know he doesn't have a losing record. Now, he's never been a head coach, but would you take a coach who definitely has a losing record or a coach who's just getting started? I don't know. I just don't like the Stefanski move. If he wins us a Super Bowl, I'll celebrate. If he goes to the playoffs, I'll celebrate. But right now, at this moment, I think it's a dumb move. I really do.
I feel you on that. I'm. I think what the Ty Shador situation. is a big part of it. But I think a lot of fans is more so on, well, if I wanted a coach that was losing, I could have kept Raheem.
Exactly.
Because you could see, like, you could start seeing the team that they was actually building. You could see the direction that their team was going in.
Right.
Yeah, 2 draft back to back that flipped things around. And now, like, I mean, unless I put it to you like this, unless we keep Albert, and hopefully Stefanski will, they quote unquote, the word is Albert will be here. All right. But if, let's say that he just adamant, I don't want Albert, it ain't gonna work, da da da. So then we bring in another defensive coordinator. That will pretty much make those 2 drafts obsolete
Right.
because they ain't gonna fit the system. If we go back to a 4-3 system, Rook is not gonna get on the field like that. Dolis will fall into the greatest Jared role. All right, cool. But Rook, he's not gonna get on the field like that. Um, then you got to look at the linebackers, 3 linebackers. So you got Jalen Walker, and Diablo. We don't even know if we bringing back Caden Ellis because his contract came due. Like it's I don't know. I don't know. Like I can see why they brought him in. I don't wholeheartedly agree with it.
I'm looking, man, Sports Kita. I don't know what credence you give to them, but they are taking comments from fans, and the overall sentiment, according to Sports Keeter, is that this was not what the fans wanted. Some saying worst hire in Falcons history, will forever be a poverty franchise. Oh, now let me quote what Matt Ryan said, because Matt Ryan has spoken to Clutch Points as well as some other people as far as this is concerned. All right. This is according. Okay, Clutch Points is getting their feed from ESPN. Mark Raimondi, and I quote: "We're thrilled to land a lead by example leader in Kevin Stefanski, who brings a clear vision for his staff, our team, and a closely aligned focus on building this team on fundamentals, toughness, and active collaboration with every area of the football operation. Coach Stefanski is a team-first leader who puts a premium on accountability for everyone and a player-driven culture. His experience in Cleveland and Minnesota has given him a great understanding of the importance of working in sync with scouting personnel and the rest of the football staff to maximize talent across the roster, and in doing everything possible to put our players in the best position to succeed. Kevin's style of leadership, combined with the staff and infrastructure in place here in Atlanta, gives us confidence in our shared vision for the team, and we are excited to have him as the leader of our football team." Now, this is what Matt Ryan told Mark Raimondi. Now, that sounds like a press release. That's what it sounds like. Because listening to Matt Ryan speak, Matt Ryan has a lot of uhs and ahs and when he talks. So, like I said, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whenever the press conference is going to be, we will find out in a setting where you got to think on your feet. as far as the answers that you give to the questions that they put, we'll find out exactly what's going on, because I have a feeling, because like I said on 92.9 and various other outlets, everybody was mixed when this was just an interview. Now that it is a hire, I can't wait till Monday or Tuesday, because and I'm wondering why they didn't save this news until tomorrow or after the game. Well, it's probably because the game was already a blowout about that time, right, Winston, y'all? Because see, I was watching the Hawks game. It was already a blowout around about 9:30 anyway, right?
Right.
Oh, okay. So that's probably why they did it. Probably why they did it. Ain't nobody looking at this. This ain't. And poor old Josh Allen just man. I thought they were gonna make it, man, but wait a minute. Now that I got y'all, I just want to sidebar onto this. That pass that Josh Allen threw and the receiver caught. Now, I thought that the man's knee hit the ground with him in possession of the ball before it was wrestled out of his hand. Because see, once his knee hit the ground with contact, the tie goes to the receiver, correct?
That's my understanding.
What you think, James Winston?
All
Or
right.
did y'all see it?
Yeah, I saw it. This is what happened. So when they both went up, all right, offense and defense both have equal opportunity for the ball,
Mm-hmm.
right? All right. So when they went up, the defender got his hand inside of the offensive player's hand. All right.
Right.
So when they were going to the ground, the offensive player took and juggled the ball. When he juggled the ball, in all actuality, the defender was the first person to make full possession of the ball. That's
Mm-hmm.
why they voted an interception.
Because that ball, he had to wait on it. Receiver had to wait on it. Because if he had put that thing out there a little bit further, it wouldn't have been a discussion. But he did have to wait on that ball. And it didn't look like Josh's throws. Does he fall all the way through, or does he just because I remember now Michael Vick, man, just a flick of the wrist. You going 65 or 70 yards with a flick of the wrist. No wind up, no planting feet, whatever. But Josh Allen, that ball that he threw, it just didn't look right. Hey, James, what you think? I'm sorry. James, you still there?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me? I think it was the right call in that situation because it wasn't no clear cut evidence of who really had possession. Um, so I had to go with the initial call within that situation.
Mm.
So I think it was the right call to do because with all the angles, you could tell it wasn't really no who had a clear cut um, possession of the ball at that point and everything like that. Let me say a side note. Another side note is it has came out that Brian Callahan may be the offensive coordinator for the Falcons instead of Tommy Reese.
Who is Brian Callahan?
He was the intern head coach for the Tennessee Titans when they fired their coach. He was the offensive coordinator over there.
Oh,
So in other
This shit just
words,
getting worse and worse.
it's just a shit list high right now. Excuse my French. I'm finna go back on mute.
But wait a minute. What happened? Wait a minute. Hey, what happened to Charles London? Did they fire him? They must have fired him.
So the Tennessee head coach got fired during the season, and he took over as the interim head coach for the Tennessee Titans for the rest of the season.
And they didn't keep Charles London.
I don't think so. The thing is, his father ended up coaching the offensive line for the Falcons this year. That's a good thing. To be honest with you. But what was his father's name? He was the Callahan. He was the Oakland head coach at one point.
Wait a minute. Is that the same Callahan that went up against Gruden in the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Oh, hell. Excuse me, y'all. Excuse me, Mr. John Q. Public. This is the man.
The Callahan, his son may be the OC. He may coach the offensive line. He's a hell of an offensive line coach, to be honest with you.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he didn't have
his name Bill Callahan. Bill Callahan.
Wait a minute. Okay. Hold on. Bill Callahan was the Raiders offensive line coach that was promoted to head coach when Gruden left, right?
Think so.
Okay. Now Brian Callahan is his son.
Yeah, that's his son.
That's his son.
Oh, and that's supposed to be the offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
I don't want him either.
And he's gonna be coaching the offensive line.
And who coached the offensive line?
Bill
His daddy gonna be coaching the offensive line, but the son is gonna be the offensive coordinator.
That's from what the reports are saying. So it's up in the air between Tommy Reese and Brian Callahan right now.
This shit is fucking horrible, man. Like legitimately horrible.
Well, see, I can't give his son that smoke, but I know his dad was the reason that but Jerry Rice and Tim Brown didn't get no ring for that Super Bowl because he did not change one thing from Chucky's offense when Chucky left. And I remember John Lynch running around out there. They doing exactly what Coach said. Because I remember Chucky was back there pretending to be Rich Gannon at quarterback when they were running through their workouts and told them exactly the playbook because Callahan did not change it. He didn't change it.
Yeah, boy. I'm back outside, Winston.
Shit, me too. Me too.
Y'all walking? Are y'all walking?
No, but I smoking a cigarette.
Y'all trying to walk it off?
Yeah.
Man, if it wasn't so cold down here in Atlanta, man, I'd get in the truck and ride someplace, man. God, this man, oh my God.
Yeah, but with the Bill Callahan coaching the offensive line, I get that. Yeah, get him. Yeah, let him do the offensive line. He's certified at the offensive line.
But see, I still okay. I got to go back to
son, though. I don't know.
I got to go, but James, something I said earlier about Stefanski. Now, Stefanski was calling his own plays up there in Cleveland, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, yeah.
Okay.
And it got to a point. I think it got to a point. I may be wrong about the situation. Yeah, they wanted him to relieve from calling plays. and had Tommy Reese to call play because Tommy Reese was the coordinator this past season. And if they hire Tommy Reese, I'm gonna be real. Oh, oh Lord, Kyle Pitts, he's gonna love him. The rest of the offense, Lord, we need to be at church tomorrow. I ain't lying. Tommy Reese was a coordinator. The reason why I know so much of Tommy Reese because Tommy Reese was the offensive coordinator during Nick Saban's last year at Bama, and the
Okay.
offense was horrible that year. It was horrible this past year a little bit, but it wasn't. I can't compare it to Saban last year. The only reason why we made the playoffs and we won that year was because of Nick Saban and how much control he had over the organization. Because he wasn't gonna let you he wasn't gonna let you bull crap with the play calling on both sides of the ball. If Tommy Reese had his way, we would have lost probably about 3 or 4 games.
Okay.
So it's a they need to hold out. They need to talk to him and say, hey man, I know you want to bring these fellas in, but now let's see what's out there first. Get us an offensive coordinator. They help you save your job. Because if you don't
Yeah.
produce it, we're gonna fire you. No, make no mistakes about it. To be real, you know, because they already helping. They already, if you look at the situation with Stefanski, they really helping him in the situation with the defensive side of the ball about him keeping Jeff Ulbrich on the line. You know, keeping him
Mm-hmm.
on the staff. So they helping him in a way because as reports came out when weeks coming up to it, he was studying tape on Jeff Ulbrich to see how he can coerce with him. So that's a helping stone. They need to help him on the offensive side of the ball as well to keep his job.
Okay. Hmm. Hmm.
All
Yeah.
I care about it. Oh, well, go ahead, John.
No. Go ahead, Wednesday. I was gonna be getting my thoughts together while I was talking, so, but you got yours together already, so you go ahead. Go ahead.
All I'm sitting here is bringing in sub coordinator, but none of them are answering the question: who can develop a quarterback? That's all I care about. Because for one, let's say Penix isn't it. Let's say Penix not it, right? All right. Well,
Mm-hmm.
you drafting a quarterback the following year then. So who you gonna have on your staff that's able to develop a quarterback? Stefanski already shown that he can't do it. He's already shown that. He done went through 12 quarterbacks in a 5-year span. So who's gonna develop the quarterback? You want to bring in Brian Callahan, Bill Callahan's son. All right, that's cool. But I don't really want that either because Tennessee offense looked like hell last year. And they had the #1 overall draft pick at quarterback. And Cam Ward looked horrible last year, to be honest. So again, who is going to develop a quarterback? That's all I care about. I know the NFL is a buddy league, and if I know this guy, you know that guy, whoop, whoop, I can get you on in here. You can get a job, get a check. All right, I understand that. But if we are going to make the monumental change that they sit there and telling us that we're fitting to do, somebody somewhere along the line has to be able to develop a quarterback because you can't win without one.
Yeah, man, we got more questions than we have answers. We definitely do. But in this off season, man, I mean, we
Keeler, they just had two rookie quarterbacks on the team last year. Dylan Gabriel wouldn't throw the ball past 10 yards. And Shador, when Shador got in there, Shador looked all right. But that was more on Shador doing than what he was doing. He had Shador sitting there throwing on the sideline. Shador never practiced, not once, with the starting offense until Dylan Gabriel got hurt. That alone is a fireable offense.
Hey, Weston, keep everything going. I've got to dip over into the We Talk Hawk show because I already made a commitment with them tonight. But keep everything going.
All right, I got you. I got you. Hey, I don't mind.
I'll be back. I'll be back in just a minute.
Hey, y'all win tonight or y'all lost?
Hell no, man. They had us down by 43 freaking points, Winston.
Well, y'all might as well go on pack it in for the year.
Yeah, yeah. You said, man, it's pitiful, pitiful. Let me get over here.
Yeah.
All right, I got it. We see you when you
All
come
right,
back.
all right.
All right, well.
And definitely the main thing to be the main thing within the situation. Winston's right with the quarterback situation. Now, I see what Keely is saying about the bombs that he went to the playoffs with, which is true. That is true. I ain't even gonna knock it forward.
No,
But
the years that they went to the playoff, they had a squad.
yeah,
They had
that's
young
true.
Baker.
That's true too.
They had a prime Nick Chubb and who was his backup? Kareem Hunt. That was when Kareem first left from Kansas City. They had a squad. They had Amari Cooper. They had Odell OBJ. They had Njoku. They had their defense.
Mm-hmm.
Like they had a squad. No, he ain't do nothing with bomb. No, he had a squad. He did what he was supposed to do. When he had bomb, you see what he did. He had bomb. He had the defense. He just ain't had the offense. And you seen what he did the last 2 years. And for all that, hell, you could have kept Raheem. I'm gonna be honest with you. You could have kept Raheem for the same damn results. I don't
That's
know.
true. Yeah, in a sense that yeah, that's true too. That's true too. It's really true. Uh, it's it's I'm trying to keep it simple. It's it can be a clusterfuck if this doesn't go the way it goes. Like I say, they really need to make sure he has the perfect staff with him to get this team over the hump. Um, because this is like to be honest with you, this is his last go around. If he can't get it together, it's gonna be hard for him to get another head coaching job. To be real, though. So he has to get it right, and he has to. And they're gonna give him a time frame. They're gonna give him the time frame and everything like that to get this team together and everything like that of that nature. But overall, the hire, to be honest with you, as far as right now, doesn't look good. It don't.
Let me ask you this. All right. They saying that he got a 5-year contract.
Hmm.
When did the pressure actually set in? Is he on the same time frame as Raheem, or do he get longer?
There's no doubt he gonna get along. Um, the third year is gonna be pressure year because, as you know, with any coaching, they give them at least 3 years to try to get everything going. Um,
No, they
I
don't.
can't look.
We just
I,
got rid of a head coach too.
but you gotta understand though. You gotta understand though, when it comes to, I'm not trying to compare it to this, but you can't negate this. When it comes to that melanin complexion, they on the shorter leash.
That's right.
They on the shorter leash. Mike Tomlin made it through. The coach from Cincinnati made it through. But look at Lovie Smith and how he went out with the Texans. Um, Look at the Lovie Smith, how he went on he was with Chicago for a while. Was he with Chicago for a while? But overall, look at Gerard Mayo
Right.
with the Patriots. Vic Fangio, I think he even went through a similar situation with Denver. And he's the defense coordinator there now. And the thing is that melanin skin complexion, you on a tighter leash. You got 2 years. You don't give me what I'm asking for, I'm gonna fire you for the
Let me
for the most part.
let me ask a question. What if Stefanski? So we've been 8-9. What if Stefanski's first year we're like 3-14? Like we clearly go backwards with the same players, or many of the same players. And then year two, we still aren't 8-9. We may be like 7-10. I think that he'll be on the hot seat. And the
He'll be
other
in the he'll be in the hot seat after the first year, especially at 3 or 14 with the time
right,
of the roster what they had
and if
at that
Tomlin is
time frame.
horrible after that, like if Tomlin's like, okay, I set out my year. I mean, it could be a move just like the Patriots made. I think the Patriots wanting I'm sorry, Vrabel, uh, really was the reason that one of the reasons that they moved on after such a short period with Gerard Mayo.
Most definitely.
Yeah,
Like Mayo was nothing but a stopgap.
yeah.
He knew that. We knew that. Everybody knew that. Like the only way, the only way Mayo would have been able to save his job was if the Patriots went to the playoff that year. Like there was no getting around it. It was win or bust. That's why he only got a 3-year contract. That's how you know your window is short. You get a 3-year contract, yeah, all right. You got 1 year to sit there and show us what you can do. And if it doesn't work, the guy that I really want, he's coming available.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just not sold on Stefanski. I don't think he's that good. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, but I think that the thing is what's key is making sure that they help him put the right step together. If they put the right step together with him, then he'll be okay. Because he won't have as much pressure on him within this team if they put the right staff around him. Put the right scouts. It's gonna be from the scouts. It's gonna be from the front office all the way up to the coaches. If they put the right and if they put the right staff together, period, he'll be okay. But if we get the last 2 years of what Stefanski gave in Atlanta, yeah, it was a wrong move. It was a wrong move. Definitely a wrong move at that point.
All right, Keelan, let me ask you this then, Keelan. Do you like the Stefanski hire or no? I, I don't want nothing from Cleveland. Unless we figuring out a way to get Miles Garrett here, I don't want nothing from Cleveland. I'll take Ward. I'll take Ward too. Outside of that, I don't want none of it. That like that's what I said. Like I can get I can get behind this Stefanski hire depending on who our OC is. That's the biggest question of the day. Who is our OC? Because if Stefanski got all these ties to Matt Ryan and all that stuff, he's gonna be here for a minute. So now you gotta look towards the future. All right. Can you bring Penix along? Can you get Penix up to speed? And I don't think he's that far off anyway. But can you get him to perform at a high enough level to get this team where it need to go? And if not, then you're drafting a quarterback the following year. So what you gonna do with him? Just get him in the building and just, hey man, here's a football. Go play. Like somebody got to give him the game. That what scares me the most about this hire because it goes beyond X's and O's. If you can't relate to the people that you supposed to be coaching and all that stuff, like that's an issue. That's an issue. And hell, y'all seen the jump. What was it like? The last game, the second to last game. Um, he was in the locker room talking to the team. He was like, "Man, I don't lie. Y'all know me. I don't lie." And Miles Garrett took and cut his eye at him, like, bro, you lying now. That what you sitting there saying that you don't lie. I don't want that type of dysfunction in the locker room either. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's definitely it's fitting to be interesting. That's for sure.
Yep. And how fast he put this roster, put this coaching staff together too. That's what's gonna be that's the interesting part, to be real. Okay, Stefanski is here. It's time to move on. But let's see how you put this coaching staff together, especially on the offensive side of the ball. And see if you change any of your ways from Cleveland. Yeah.
You had to do something. Cause that shit, that what he was putting up there, that's not gonna fly there. It ain't gonna fly. We can't we can't have a quarterback situation like y'all had in Cleveland. Atlanta's not gonna allow it. Well, they'll allow it, but at the same time, like the vitriol that the organization gonna get behind it. Hell nah, that shit ain't gonna fly. It ain't gonna fly.
So he gonna feel it. He gonna feel it. He gonna feel it. Especially after that first game. Yeah, he gonna feel it. Uh just the main thing is just that, yeah, he gonna have to come in running. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Uh, He gonna have to come in running. Cause this is this is, yeah.
Nah, Keely, I can't agree with that. Like Watson was the plan, and then Watson got hurt. They decided to go draft two quarterbacks in the same draft, and bring in Flacco, and bring in Pickett. They went into the season with four quarterbacks. That's dysfunctional as hell on its own. That's dysfunctional. At the most, teams carry three, and that's because now you have an emergency quarterback. You got four of them. You got two vets, two rookies. None of that makes sense. Now, when they traded Joe, all right, I can understand that. That makes sense. What are your numbers down? Go along, you know what I'm saying? Let's get a young pup a shot, see what's going on. But all right, even when you whittle down the quarterback numbers, Shador reps didn't go up. You were hell bent on Dylan Gabriel and Kenny Pickett. When it's shown that Shador is a better quarterback than those two. So do you bend to the politics? You move off of your own agenda? Like I'm not understanding the thought process or the logic behind what he was doing in Cleveland. Oh no, I don't have expectation for it. But I know when I sit there and look at that quarterback room, Joe Flacco is the best quarterback, and Shador is the second best quarterback. Like that's easy enough to sit there and see. So why are you sitting there giving him the cold shoulder instead of helping him along? The same energy, like if you got two rookie quarterbacks that are lower draft pick, they should get the same amount of reps and even the board out. Give them the same amount of reps. Because you're not expecting them to get on the field unless you are actually pushing for one of them to get you got a favorite and you pushing for them to get on the field. Outside of that, like it doesn't make sense. Otherwise, it legitimately none of it he did made sense. But he here now. So here's the question I ask y'all: who do you think we bringing in as another quarterback?
Mm, I think it's Kirk on the restructure because of the close ties between him and Stefanski.
Steve, Steven, yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. I was on mute. I don't know who we're bringing in. I mean, everything is sort of just a wild card for me at this point. I have no idea.
Mm,
I do
mm.
want to
Go
address
ahead.
something that Keely posted about third round pick, fifth round pick, and so forth. Shador should not have been a fifth round pick. We all know that was collusion, and they meaning the owners, they were sending a message to his father because up until the day of the draft, uh, he was
Supposed to be the second quarterback taken.
he was, and the reason they said that he fell was because he was arrogant, and what it had nothing to do with his play on the field. They were just saying he was arrogant, he didn't take it seriously, whatever. And so once he got to Cleveland and he was taking it seriously, if that was even true, then why are you not playing this guy? You know? So the fifth round pick label to me is invalid. It did happen. He is actually a fifth round pick, but we know what it is. We know what it is. It's like when guys get caught up in situations and they're felons, and I am not condoning people who have felonies. But you have some felons who murdered some people. And then you have some felons who got caught up in some things they shouldn't have been in, whether it was a bad business decision or whatever the case may be. And so that label, though, fifth round pick, felon, of whatever label you want to put on it, that allows you to ignore the backstory. It allows you to ignore that and just say, hey, he's a fifth round pick. And everyone assumes that he has fifth round talent, that he's no good, that he's lucky to be on the team. But that's not who he is.
Uh,
So,
I, I give you another example of it. Aaron Rodgers. When Aaron Rodgers came out, Aaron Rodgers was supposed to be in the top 5 pick, top 8 at the lowest, at the highest. They quote unquote say he was arrogant and they ain't take it serious and all that. And he fell to what, 24? Still went in the first round. Just the bottom half of the first round. But he said the exact same thing about Aaron Rodgers. They didn't discredit his talent. He's just arrogant. He's flashy.
right,
Said the same thing. And he fell 20 something picks.
right,
Should they say the same thing about Shador, and Shador fall 5 rounds?
right.
Come on, man. But like I said earlier, it it doesn't matter what round you come in. Once you get in that building, we start going over football exercises and plays and all that stuff, and I see what you're able to do. That's all that matters. At the end of the day, it's all about what you can do on the field.
Mm-hmm.
That attitude stuff, yeah, I can work on you with that. I can get you a therapist or something.
Mm-hmm.
What can you do on the field?
Right. And the problem that I have, and I have problems with this, but I'll get over it. Stefanski was considered a coach that was highly sought after finishing a season 3-14. Make it make sense. How is that? I mean, none of that was his fault.
It's the buddy system, but it also it's from the coaching tree that he's a part of. 'Cause he's part of Kubiak's tree,
Yeah, but it shouldn't matter. I don't care what tree you're from. I'm looking at what you did.
as you're supposed to. I'm more worried about what you did than who taught you how to do what you did. Like that was matters to me. What are you able to do on the field? I don't care nothing about what you say in the press conference. I don't care nothing about what you do in the community. I care about what you do in the community. But it ain't got nothing to do with football.
Right,
When it's Sunday and y'all line up between them white lines, what do?
right,
Can you do your job? That's all I care about.
right. And we see it sort of playing out with Arch Manning.
Hmm.
Arch Manning's going back to college because Arch Manning didn't look good this year.
Yeah, not till like toward the end.
He needs a do over.
Like to be honest, he Arch needs to string together a straight season of domination.
Right,
And if you can't do that, you shouldn't be a first round pick. You will be because of your last name,
right.
but
Well,
you
leg-
shouldn't be.
legacy is always a big deal, just in any tradition. If Vic had a son who was running around but had half the talent, but he could, he was elusive and so forth, people would be salivating about that kid.
Yeah, look at Vic brother Marcus.
Right. Yeah. Yep. Same with Arch Manning is getting a lot of attention because of, like you said, his last name. And so, that's just what it is. And that's why the whole Shador Sanders thing was interesting. I mean, nobody was crying over Shiloh not getting picked up, you know?
Everybody forgot all about Shiloh after he got cut.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, look, we can see it. but you can clearly see that Shador has talent. And I'm not saying that he's gonna, he's a future Hall of Famer or he's a top 10 or any of that or will be. I'm just saying, you didn't give him an opportunity. There was a lot of there was something mischievous going on. And I really didn't want anything associated with the Browns associated with our team. And when Stefanski went to when he had his press conferences and so forth, and he had to talk to the media about Shador and why he was making the decisions, it didn't make sense at all. You know, didn't make any sense. And so he could have been put in that situation. Who knows? But I would be more accepting of Stefanski if he had a winning record. If there was something I could point to besides his popularity contest, coach of the year accolades, I'd be like, okay, well, let's see. And even now, I'm gonna be supportive because I support the Falcons, but I'm gonna do it while gritting my teeth because I just don't understand this move.
I don't either. I ain't gonna lie to you. But I mean, he's here now.
He's here now.
So
He's here now, man. But this is not the move I think Matt should have made as his first official hire.
no.
I mean, I think he really should have thought long and hard. And I mean, we're not in those rooms, and I don't know what the pressure is like or whatever. But still, dude, you guys brought in two consulting firms. Let's really think this through. He's 3-14 right now. How is this? Did he win a Super Bowl? I mean, what's overshadowing the 3-14 and last year? What's making us say, you know what? He's a good coach, though. His popularity contests back in 2020 and 2023. I know he went to the playoffs. But what have we seen on the field that's so dynamic that we could say, you know what? Like right now, at this very moment, not 2020, not 2023, at this very moment, right now, this is who you are. You are a 3-14 coach. And we just got rid of an 8-9 coach after 2 years.
And said that we got rid of him for performance.
Right. So are we buying all the excuses that I'm seeing in the chats? Well, winning 3 games in Cleveland's like winning 12 games in Atlanta. Bull. Losing is losing. Winning is winning.
Yeah. Like
And
the biggest thing people sit there and say is, well, Cleveland won't win because they don't have a quarterback. All right. Well, we got a young quarterback, but he's coming off an injury.
right.
So what's the difference?
What's the
Like
difference?
you can't develop a quarterback. So what's the difference? They're like this move makes about as much sense as it made for us to have Charles London as our quarterback coach the other year.
Right.
It makes about the same amount of sense.
Yeah.
London was a running back
Mm-hmm.
trying to teach a quarterback how to be a quarterback, something he never played.
Right.
It makes no sense. I can see like a quarterback being a wide receiver coach because you already know what everybody's supposed to do on the field anyway.
Right.
I can understand that. I can work with that. But that, like, nah, man. It's like you take a step forward and then so I can take a couple steps back. But I mean, he's here. He's the head coach. So
He is, and we're gonna support him, but I have a right the same evening to express my thoughts about the decision that was made to bring a 3-14 coach in, and you want me to feel optimistic as a franchise. I mean, really?
hold on, Keely. This is why Shanahan is a good coach because in that same draft he took and drafted a quarterback as Mr. Irrelevant,
Right.
who he made a Pro Bowler. He then went to a Super Bowl with.
Right.
That's why Shanahan's a good coach, because he can adapt with whatever's going on, and I can make the most out of the least amount of ingredient.
Yeah.
That's why he's a good coach.
And when
Stefanski can't do that.
that's right. When
He's
Shanahan,
showing you that he done went through 12 quarterbacks.
that's,
He's shown you he cannot develop a quarterback. Same thing with Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin can't develop a quarterback. But people was high on the hog on him. For what? He can't develop a quarterback. He done shown you that too. Well,
Shanahan,
he never had a winning season. All right. Well, how many seasons he was hovering around 500?
right. And Shanahan became a head coach after going to the Super Bowl, not a 3-14 season. And while Bill Belichick had 5 wins, it wasn't 3.
Kill it. All right. Yeah, every quarterback can be developed. I'm not gonna sit there and say everyone can. No. But when you have somebody that can develop a quarterback, that's very valuable. When you have the turnover at the quarterback position over X amount of years, that literally just sit there and show you that somebody on the staff can't well, for one, they can't draft a quarterback, and for two, they can't coach them up. Here's my players, go run it. It's the same thing with a head coach. With a head coach, if you're a head coach and you're a tenured head coach and you don't have no coaching tree, no disciples of worth under it, that sort of speaks to what you are as a teacher.
Yeah. I think the coaching tree is a good barometer to measure, but it is not. There's no comparison when you actually see what a person can actually do. And I'll throw out a hypothetical, and we will never know this, but had Watson, Deshaun Watson, gone to San Francisco instead of Cleveland, would he have been? Would his career be in better shape? If
You
if
know,
if Shanahan was coaching him as opposed to what was going on in Cleveland. I mean, I know a lot of things are going on in his head because of the legal battles and all of that. But I mean, we throw out these hypotheticals about, well, he was with the Browns, and well, look, all I know is he's 3-14. Just like when we compare quarterbacks, we like to throw out statistics. The numbers are the numbers. And Stefanski's numbers are pretty low. And that's why we ran Raheem out of here. And that's concerning for me. And we'll get over it. I'll be just fine, man, and I'll be supporting our Falcons like I always do. But this is a gut punch for me. I mean, it's like when I think we can't make any more bad decisions, when I'm like, okay, we've overcome this. I should have seen it coming when we brought Matt in. you know, I should have seen it coming. Does that make
I'm trying my best. I'm trying.
Hey man, look, and Arthur Blank tried to clean it up because the media and everyone was like, he's the president of football operations, and what does he know? What does he know? Is that a good thing? And Arthur Blank in his press conference was like, well, no, he's president of football.
Yeah, and I'm still trying to parse that. I'm still trying to figure out.
Gotta make that determination.
Yeah, but
That's public
but
relations, man. That's a PR move. That's a pivot. That's well, no. He's not going to do any of the business stuff except hire the coach.
which is business stuff.
Exactly.
I don't know. Hey, like I said, I'm going to wait and see how this works out. Try to ignore the noise because you're getting noise from both sides of the spectrum. Everywhere I'm reading, I'm hearing this and I'm hearing that. Ooh, they ought to kill him. Or oh, great hire, great hire. So the only way we'll find out is kind of like the soap operas. As the world turns, search for tomorrow. All of that. Because, oh boy, well, you know what? I really didn't know how I was going to feel after anybody was hired. And it was just basically going to be the same thing. We'll just see what happens during the course of the season as to, whether this was a good hire or not. Like I normally do, I give first-year head coaches and regimes, things of that sort, I give them a year, because especially now, because if everything transpires the way that it's supposed to transpire on the offensive side of the ball, there are going to be major, massive changes, especially if we get rid of this zone blocking scheme. Because, like Winston said, our folks who lighten behind, they want offensive linemen that can flow this way, move this way, and, and run up field or whatever. But a mono blocking scheme, man, you got bellies over belts. Okay. Yeah, you got road grader. Shoot, I bet you McGarry would be a lightweight on a real northern team offensive line because
No, McGarry be straight. McGarry would be straight. Bergeron be all right. It'll be Noozle. Like the weak points would be Noozle and Lindstrom. If we go to uh let's say Baltimore blocking scheme,
mm-hmm.
but we literally just going straight at whoever in front of him. Or Philly. You go to Philly blocking scheme, right? And we going
Uh-huh.
straight ahead. Who's in front of me? Man on man. Let's get it. Yeah, nah, that ain't gonna work. Look at their offensive line. Their offensive line like averages like 330 plus, 340 plus.
And
Philly got
that
the
is
biggest offense. Well, no,
yeah.
the Raiders got the biggest offensive line. I think Philly got the second biggest offensive line in the league.
Mm-hmm. And see, that's what I want. I mean, Bijan that had a giant offensive line with a fullback cleaning out the linebacker. Man, Bijan wouldn't have to take half the steps that he takes now. And it would just be a straightforward, just going through a gap, wide open.
Yeah, but
You
John,
know,
all right. Now let's think about it. If that's what we're going to do, and that what we got to morph this offensive line into, how long will it actually sit there and take for you to get all the pieces in here?
it'll take about 3-4 years.
Case in point. So if it takes 3-4 years, Stefanski ain't gonna be around to see it anyway. So you literally setting the organization back.
But if he brings his offense here, see that's the thing. That's the thing. If he's coming here and he's going to be working on Sunday, he will have to attempt to tailor his offense to what we have here now. It's going to work in some areas, but in other areas, it's not. In other areas, it's not. And the run game is the most concerning thing. It's the most concerning thing because we, in my estimation, Bijan is the thing that makes our run game go, not the offensive line. Offensive line is good enough to get in somebody's way, open up a hole or whatever, here or there. But Bijan makes this offense go. It makes a run game go. He makes a run game go because of he run like he's in a minefield. Cuts, double, jump cuts, things of that sort. When the path in front of him is blocked, he jumps outside, jumps back inside, delays that shiftiness or whatever, and then he gone. That's what I see 9 times out of 10. But if he had a bulldozer, road grader offensive line just all the way across, man, Bijan would get some of the easiest 100-yard a running back can get. And that's just what I'm seeing. But the thing for me is the quarterback development, just like you said. The quarterback development. We can't have no more Charles Londons. We can't have no more folk at offensive coordinator or quarterback coach just stealing money. Can't have that. Whether it's Michael Penix or anybody else, or this bridge quarterback that we're going to have to get. That's really my main concern. That's really my main concern is what we do with quarterback, developing Penix when he's able to be, out on the field. This bridge quarterback, which I would bet at this particular stage is going to be a veteran, a seasoned veteran that Stefanski probably has worked with before or knows about it and can made into his system. But Michael Penix or whoever it is that's going to come here and eventually be the, as we term, the franchise quarterback, they're definitely going to have to be able to develop that person. Because, it was first Charles London, then Williams, and see now Williams went to Washington, got 2 years on a resume down here as quarterback coach, and going up there to Washington. Well, you just stealing money, Oh.
You know what, John? I can hear the excuses starting now because I just thought about something. We have a very tough schedule next year. We're playing, of course, we play our NFC South opponents, but we're playing the Bears, we're playing the Lions, we're playing the Ravens, we're playing the Bengals, we're playing the 49ers, and we're
playing the NFC North and the AFC North.
Yep, and we're playing the Chiefs. Those are our opponents.
Boy.
That's who we're playing next year.
Mm-hmm.
Woo!
That's what I said.
Let me repeat that. The Bears, the Lions, the Ravens, the Bengals, the 49ers, and the Chiefs. And quietly,
the Bears, the Lions, the Packers, and Chicago. Wait, I already said Chicago. Bears, Lions, Packers, and who else is it?
Oh no, those are our home opponents. Our away opponents, like you said, the Packers, the Vikings, the Browns,
and
the Steelers, right, and the Commanders.
And then we play in the AFC North, the black and blue division.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
we have a winning season next year. And
I give him MVP.
absolutely. I hope we do.
I give him MVP. We make it through that gauntlet.
I want him to be successful. Just to be clear,
Man,
I just don't like where we're I don't like the hire, but because he's now here, I want him to be successful.
yeah, same here.
But it almost looks like he's set up to fail. Quarterback coming from an injury and a really tough schedule.
Well, Winston, we might have to doggone spend every doggone pick from the second round all the way down to the seventh round on some offensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, we might need to go to every school in the SEC, the MEAC, the SWAC, and get everybody. And just let everybody else say, hey, bro, you don't want no parts of this. You just sit here. Just sit here. Let the young handle. Because, man, if you're going up against those offensive lines in the NFC North and the AFC North, you got an all-day flashlight, lunch pail, lunch bucket job.
And you're gonna need a legitimate nose tackle. Because all those offensive lines are big as hell.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you need a legit nose tackle. Whether you go 3-4 or 4-3, it doesn't matter. I say
that's all you can do, Will.
that's all you can do, man.
That's all you can do, Will.
All right. The more and more I think about it, like the only saving grace at this point, in all actuality, would be if you bring in an actual competent offensive coordinator. You the head coach. You don't have to do everything. You don't have to do everything. It's called delegation. It's actual leadership. You find good people that you can trust to get the job done, and you delegate said tasks to them. Yeah, you can have input. Hey man, look, I'm noticing they run cover two. Run this play on it real quick. Let's see what to do. Oh, that's John hit. All right, let's build off of that. Okay, ain't got no problem with that. But when you was over there and you was sitting there calling the plays and stuff, Tommy Reese, he ain't really the play call. Fans were calling the offense. It wasn't that good. Just got to sit there and say, call a spade a spade. It really wasn't that good.
Well, we got a tough road to hoe.
Oh yeah, better.
Tough road to hoe.
I put it like I said earlier. If you come in here and you have a losing season, he better get the same smoke that Raheem caught. Raheem first year, they gave him smoke. Man, he on the hot seat this time up. Boo boo wah 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 wah. Okay. Okay. So Stefanski gonna be here next year. If he has a losing season his first year, he better catch the same smoke.
Well, he definitely gonna catch it here. Okay. Well. See, the thing is, I didn't really give Raheem a whole bunch of smoke, except for individual situations where you messed up. Okay. Timeout, game management. When we used to go and do the film study, we point out various things about the quarterback, about the offensive coordinator, and Raheem himself. And see, now that first year, I try to give everybody some slack. because you're trying to build something. But at this particular hire here, this man behind the 8 ball before he even doggone do anything. Uh-oh. I see what Trinity Clark is reading. Matt Ryan, y'all savior. Oh boy. It's gonna get worse now. It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse, and you don't know what I can say this thing, man. I'm just saying. Great.
Now it could work out, and to be honest, I do want it to work out. I'm tired of losing. I just don't think Stefanski running the show without an offensive coordinator is going to play out the way people think it's going to play out. I just don't see that. I think he can lead men, yeah. I just don't think that he's able to handle that all that's encompassed as a head coach and still be focused and critical in his play calling and stuff. I just don't see it. That what worries me the most. Because like now you're entering into the formative years of players. A lot of our stars are starting to they right there on the door of going into their prime. B. John, Drake London, Kyle Pitts. A lot of them boys going they either going into their prime or they already in their prime. Chris Lindstrom and McGurry, they done been here what 5-6 years already. AJ done been here for like 6-7. Jesse Bates done been in the league what 8 years, 9 years. Like you need to hit the ground running because now you literally sitting there wasting people's careers.
Yeah. Mm. Man, shoot, Steve, man, Hey, James.
What's going on?
This offensive coordinator that he's talking about getting now, and you said that was Bama's offensive coordinator at one time.
Yeah, Tommy Reese.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you said that Saban had him under control and wouldn't let him mess the game up.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to ask a question, but I don't have to ask it now.
What was the question?
Who was the quarterback when he was offensive coordinator over there?
Jalen Milroe.
Oh, okay. Cause see, I'm remembering Milroe got out of a lot of stuff with his scrambling
Legs.
ability
Yeah.
versus following or running a bad play or something. Hmm.
Yeah. Because Reese, how can I put this? You finna make me go outside, John. Like, bro.
Man, it's one of them kind of nights.
Yeah, it is.
One of them kind of nights.
Tommy Reese. Tommy Reese. Tommy Reese was offensive coordinator at Notre Dame beforehand. was at that time frame was pronounced as one of the top offensive coordinators in the land because of his scheme of what he can do at the tight end position and at the receiver position. Um, um, I, my thoughts just went blank. So when he came to Bama, we was high on him because okay, yeah, he can get our tight ends going. But when that season took place, we were like, oh hell no, he gotta go. They were calling for his head for the middle of the season. Tommy, Tommy Reese, if he calls plays, he's very stagnant. He'll remind you of Zach Robinson first year. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Before you saw the true offense. But his is a lot worse. He his scheme the way he Colin plays, it's gonna benefit Kyle Pitts. It's gonna benefit Kyle Pitts, man. Um, it's gonna benefit Bijan with the running game. But Drake London there, he'll have to scheme up a way to keep Drake in the game though. Um, Reese, I forgot his history. I know he's from I think he's from a coaching family. If I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Young dude. He's not that old. Overall, with him, his play calling is very suspect. Very suspect. His scheme is very suspect. And with the Falcons and with this amount of talent, it'll be like going to waste. They'll probably turn up pressure on him after the first year if he becomes offensive coordinator. But that's why I was saying while you were gone, like they helping Kevin with the defensive staff, they need to help him with the offensive staff.
Yeah. You
They
know
need
what?
to help. They need to make sure say, hey, you might want to hold off and then take your time putting this staff together.
Yeah.
Because bringing over certain pieces from a non-winning organization to
Right.
another non-winning organization, that can be disastrous. Because
Absolutely.
you bringing a culture that is not used to winning to another franchise that's not used to winning.
Right. You know what
But
hurt?
go ahead, go ahead,
Oh,
go ahead.
no, brother. No, brother. Go ahead. I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
Because, and I was gonna say because how you gonna bring? It's like what you said, John. They've been trying to establish identity for 60 years and haven't done it yet.
Right.
Can I establish an identity when you bringing over coaches ain't been doing shit?
Right.
I can't bring a culture when look at the last 2 years. Like, you only got 8 wins within the last 2 years. So how can I
And
how can I bring that to another fan base that's ready to win? It's
and and as we are watching Seattle beat the brakes off of San Francisco.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
You know, I mean, we're watching them just. I didn't expect it to be like that game. And I'm not saying that's all Kubiak, but he is calling the plays. Anyway,
would I would have went with a Kubiak because what he could do at the quarterback position.
yeah.
That's the main thing that a lot of folks want Kubiak for because look what he has done.
Mhm.
You know, look what he did with the Saints. Even though they were still sorry that year, but he caught he had a very competent scheme over there with Derek Carr. Anywhere he has gone, he has elevated the position. You know, and you just don't find that like that in well, you do find that like that in the NFL, but everybody just ain't gonna elevate the quarterback position. And you just hired a coach that had 12 QBs in a 6-year span and didn't know what to do with it.
Preach, brother.
Yeah, that's
That's scary. I'm scared. I'm scared for Pennis right now, to be real with you.
Yep.
I'm scared for Pennis. They 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 need to make sure, okay, I got Stefanski. Okay, cool. I need to help him with this. I need to help him with his coaches. You bringing in. Uh, uh, uh. Let me let y'all talk.
It's stupid. It's dumb.
yeah, man. It's this.
Short sighted.
It,
Irrational.
it really is. And it's crazy because he didn't know what to do within the quarterback position last year because he had to trade with the Steelers to get extra quarterback on top of the two that he had, and with Joe Flacco at the time. Well, he had four quarterbacks that he was playing with and still didn't get the job done. I'm scared for the offensive line too.
Yeah.
I'm scared for everything on offense.
3-14. How the hell you have a 3-14 record this year and you get a job immediately?
You won in the first half.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
man.
Oh
Just
God Almighty!
just like James said, man. Y'all sit up here and rush this high. Oh boy.
you rushed this because you could have held out to see how the dominoes was going to play with other teams and see how they were going to move before you made your move for your quarterback. I mean, for your head coach. You had you had six other teams that was looking for head coaches, interviewing some of the same coaches within.
Right.
And I'm not gonna use that Atlanta is not a desirable place because even Dan Orlovsky just said a couple of days ago
Right.
that this Atlanta job is the most enticing job on the market right now based on the talent that they have on this roster right now. So that this undesirable place is out the window at this point because I got an all pro running back. Offensive line gonna be back. I got basically an all pro receiver and a tight end. And I could just only thing I have to fix up is just fix up Penix a little bit, then we good. You hire a coach. Golly. Oh Lord, I'm thinking about it again. Um, you have a coach that that couldn't fix that problem in Cleveland. He couldn't fix that problem. He can't really fix that problem at all with the offensive line because he had one of the worst offensive lines in the league this past year.
Yeah.
The door was on his back almost every other play when he played. Dylan Gabriel got hurt behind that offensive line. And you just gonna say, hey, he's the second best coach on the market right now, and we're gonna hire him. Stefanski ain't much the second best coach that was on the market. Kubiak was the second one. Yeah, you can even put Cliff Kingsbury and Mike McDaniels above him.
And don't forget
And
about
that,
McCarthy.
and McCarthy and Robert Saleh. You were desperate to make a move. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You was desperate to get your name out the market because you were scared that Tennessee was going to take care of him. Hell, I would have let them have him.
Right.
'Cause it was going to be far worse off Now, if he wins some ball games, it put me at ease. Okay, yeah, you beat a Kansas City Chiefs, you beat the Pittsburgh Steelers because they're gonna get them a good coach. They thorough they hiring process with coach is better than none in the NFL. I don't give a damn. So they're gonna get them a good coach. You know,
Yeah,
Baltimore, you beat them,
guaranteed.
it's guaranteed. So and they're gonna fix a lot of the situation that they have going on with their team. So you win some ball games, then okay, I'll be at ease. But for us right now, from here all the way up to training camp, oh yeah, I'm be worried. And to the first game of the season as well. This this Matt, Matt, yeah, I hope you know what you're doing, sir. Cause I got great faith in you. I just hope I just hope you know what you're doing. Because you can be gone in 3 years too.
Yep, yep. Matt Ryan, heavy as the head that wears the crown.
Nah, he ain't got no lifetime contract. Go ahead, trick this up. You if he tricked this up with Stefanski, he may get one more shot at a head coach.
Maybe, but
But
he's going to be under a lot of scrutiny from the media.
exactly.
Yeah.
But then, like at that point, you can't go back to a hiring firm because the hiring firm helped get the last two coaches down. Can't do that. So what you gonna do? Now you legitimately have to go pick your own head coach instead of waiting. Go get Kubiak, who's young, around your age, and y'all grow together. That's what you do. Cause this team ain't Arthur Blank's team. This is Josh Blank's team. They just ain't announced it yet. Josh just put together his first front office. And when Blank stepped down, Josh take over, this is gonna be his front office. You could have waited. And all y'all could have sat there and grew up together. Auburn is still relatively young. I think Auburn maybe like 44, if that. All y'all would have been in around the same age bracket. And if you get success, you can all continually grow together. Now you have continuity, like the great organizations have. Look at Pittsburgh. Look at New England. Look at Green Bay. They don't do a whole bunch of shuffling around in the front office. Whoever's in place, your ass is in place. And then when you ready to step down, all right, cool. Thank you for your service. We go get somebody else in here. And whoever else come in, you pretty much guaranteed at least 15 years. Unless you just got awful. Which you don't see in none of these organizations. That's the standard. Follow that's the model. That's the blueprint. Follow them. They've been there. They've shown you that it works. I don't know why the Falcons always feel like they have to do something different than what works. Football is too simple for that. They treat the Atlanta Falcons treat football like astrophysics. It's not that hard. It's very, very simple. The simplest you can make football, the easier thing go. That's it. Like I don't know, man. Buddy.
Hmm.
But damn it, man, because you look at certain things, you look at certain aspects, and you look from the inside, from a structural standpoint, and you seen you tried two different ways. Now you're working on your third way right now with the president of football with Matt Ryan, and then you got the GM and now your head coach and his staff, and you trying that route, but you don't rush that process within that route. Understand Arthur Blank is getting older. Understand Arthur Blank wants to win a team. Hell, we all do. Hell, we all want to see the Falcons rise up. and be a consistent NFL team that's winning on a consistent basis. But you don't rush the process. The process is going to be the process at the end of the day.
The process has to be the process. Like
Right.
I understand, like yeah, you got a GM, you don't have a head coach, and you want to get them in and seated and stuff before the league year in and all that. I get it, understandable, but the league year ain't gonna end for like another 4 weeks. It ain't much they can sit there and do in that time anyway, outside of just filling out the rest of the roster. I mean, coaching staff.
There ain't much
Like
nothing else you could do.
it ain't that, like uh, only outside of that, the only thing you can sit there and do is send scouts out. Cause you know, Senior Bowl and all that stuff coming up. Outside of that, like legitimately ain't much else you can sit there and do. You could have waited, took your time, talk to everybody. Hell, talk to Clint again and see where his mind is at. Like, man,
Then you had another interview to do tomorrow with Joe
hmm
Brady.
now I'm cool on Joe Brady. I
I'm
will
cool
say
on
that,
them too. I'm
but
cool on them too. I'm just saying you can see the rushness within this because you already had another interview set up for tomorrow. So I'm cool on Joe Brady too. Hey, well, I'm cool. I'm gonna be cool on this situation. I'm gonna be at work Monday looking at them, thinking about it like, damn, they did this sideways again.
completely, completely. Could have did the same thing last time when they hired Ryan. They took in sat there and Blank sat there and kicked it with Bill Belichick for look what 2-3 days on the yacht, and then they took in top Blaine out of hiring Belichick, and then what? It was like a day or two and Raheem was hired. It didn't take no time. They did the exact same thing last time. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over the same way and expecting a different result. It does not make sense. Just because you added hiring firms into the equation, that doesn't change it being a rush process. You didn't do your due diligence because the only person that you sat there and had a second interview with was Stefanski. You could have taken, got his information, how he was sitting there viewing things, and bounced that off of all of other candidates to see how they would view it, how they would make an adjustment. That would have gave you more questions that needed to be answered. And instead, you just, well, he's here. It's going, you know, he's here. He was the head
Yeah,
coach. This is going to get him. Like, come on, man. This shit. I don't see success. I hope for success, but it'll be tough sledding, man.
be tough. And he just mentioned the schedule. That schedule ain't for the week. Mm-mm. That schedule ain't for the week. And on top of you still, I think what Green Bay on there, Detroit on there,
Yeah, NFC North.
Detroit, Chicago, and the Vikings back on there. I'm sick of seeing the Vikings, but
And
uh,
then
ah,
Baltimore. Uh
Baltimore,
shoot, man.
Baltimore, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Steelers, and the Cowboys on there this year too.
What's going on, Ryan?
What's good, man?
What's going
What's
on,
up,
Ryan?
Ryan?
Wait a minute, I got you. You know what? I'm about to show face.
Hey, you finish your face. Yeah, let me look at my camera. Let me look at my
That
camera.
man. Hey, I'm doing
I,
the same thing after the
John,
Hawks game.
John,
We got
look,
blowed out by 43 by
John,
Boston.
I know. Look, after watching the Hawks and then that shit happening, boy. And here's the thing. I don't know if y'all touched on it. Y'all do realize that he might be bringing Tommy Reese in as his OC.
Yeah, we touched
Yeah,
on it.
yeah, we
And then
touched
you,
on it.
James,
We
you know
touched
what it
on
is
it,
because you
ran
had him as
over with a car.
Alabama.
Bruh, I said this, right? I said, boy, damn, I thought I escaped him. I ain't lying. Because that year was a long year. Even though we made the playoffs that year, it was
John,
still a long year.
John, let me tell you this here. If I said this on the show just not too long ago, I said if you're gonna bring in an offensive coordinator, you should. To me, I would have taken a chance on Ken Dorsey or Joe. Joe Brady ain't going nowhere unless it's a head coaching job. Cliff Kingsbury just got fired pretty much. So at this point, it's like, yo, it's a couple of good candidates for OC, but we're gonna bring in Tommy Reese. It's already bad enough that we bringing in Stefanski and people trying to defend this bullshit like they did. They did the same shit with Raheem. Go back and look at Twitter 2 years ago.
Bro, I just said that and said it. I just said that and said it.
Hell,
I said,
Winston, I ain't even been paying attention. I just
bro,
popped up and saw y'all on, bro.
I said there and said it. Man, if Stefanski sit and create Cleveland South out here, fans better have that same smoke for his ass, the same way they had it with Raheem. Point blank period, ain't no if and bust about it.
Look, John, you can tell them exactly how I was on the show.
Man, shoot. Did you get Coach Cam straight?
Yeah,
I did. Cam has got personal.
Hey, Winston. I don't know if you saw it. James, Cam got personal with Matt Ryan. He said, y'all, so this is not the historian's words. This is Coach Cam. But I had to get rid of that episode because somebody flashed us on the show.
Say what?
Yeah, I had to delete the episode. Some dude that was on there or whatever. We on there just talking. Auntie Pam was in there too. This dude that flashed everybody with his Johnson. I had to pull him off.
Hell no.
Yeah, I had to pull him off the camera, bro. Like it was.
Man,
he was like, yeah, this is a bad high. I had to. So I ended the episode and I deleted it because I didn't need the channel getting flagged. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ryan. They also said you remember Bill Callahan, right?
Yes,
so you know they say his son may end up being the offensive coordinator too, Brian Callahan.
I don't want nothing to do with Callahan. I don't want that. Look, it's bad enough we already got Stefanski as a head coach. If we bring an OC to Atlanta at this point, you need to be saying if you can kiss Mike McDaniel's ass and bring him in here. That's really gonna be like putting lipstick on a pig. Or if you don't do that, go get Ken Dorsey. He's an offensive analyst in Dallas, and he's been a quarterback's coach, and he's been an assistant in the passing game. Like pretty much bring him in.
Or Cliff Kingsbury, so you can develop the quarterback.
Yep, I said Cliff Kingsbury too, but think about this. Josh Allen was up under Ken Dorsey, and when he got up under Ken Dorsey, he got that MVP that year. Think about it. Think about that. Nobody ain't talking about that part. He helped Ken Dorsey helped him get to an MVP. So yeah, bring him in here. If you serious about trying to win, because right now you bring Tommy Reese's garbage ass in here, we ain't winning a damn thing.
Yeah, hey, they said Bill Callahan gonna be coaching the offensive line too. Just to let you know,
the Saints. Look, I went to my man TJ's page with him. He's a Saints fan. He be on Roundtable. I've been trying to get him on the show. He said it was a good hire. All them Saints fans, like he was saying, he was just in Cleveland. Like, okay, I'm like, bruh, if you believe that's a good hire, you got your rabbit. And Saints fans clowning right now. They said they were scared that we was gonna get Kubiak, and they was worried. They sitting back now laughing because they're like, yep, we passed on him. You passed on Joe Brady. You passed on a ton of offensive minds. But I know y'all probably already touched on it, but what if Kubiak said, man, I ain't trying to go to Atlanta, I ain't trying to go to that situation, and he turned it down because of what we've been like and how the front office operates? What if he turned it down?
I keep telling you,
Yo,
keep telling you. And
that's the first
I see
decision.
we got Trinity Clark. I know this your first time up. Welcome, Bob.
How y'all doing, fellas?
We ain't doing.
Yeah,
We
Going
ain't
on, bro?
doing.
guys, it's so crazy because I've been in the backstage of everybody's shows. I was commenting on Damon's show. I was on the live, but I'm glad I got off. I guess when the dude apparently flashed y'all, like I got off. I guess maybe way before that. So I'm glad I didn't witness that. But I was on Big Low Countries live, Smitty Sports, and it's crazy how we was just on a high just a couple weeks ago about Raheem getting let go and people wanted Terry to be let go, and you know the media has blamed Terry for all of our problems, and I'm like, guys, y'all do realize that he finally got his first opportunity, and then his last 2 years, his last two drafts. Shoot, last year's draft would have saved any GM's job. We're having two potential defensive rookie of the years. You have Xavier Watts, and you had and then you had a boy that got hurt. Like, you know what I'm saying? I can't think of our safeties that you played nickel, but
David Bowman Jr.
Bowman Jr., who came up out of nowhere, like that one draft alone should have gave him another year to work his magic. Like again, he was young at his position. That was his first time being a GM, a proper GM, and apparently, and this is what's so sad too, is that everybody in the media and all these Falcons fans are trying to say, "Oh, well, this is Terry's fault," but then they also say, "Well, Terry didn't have he didn't have no power." That was all Rich McKay. Rich McKay is the one that hired Raheem. He's the one that vetoed Belichick. No one wants to talk about that. McKay is the one that hired Arthur Smith before Fontenot even got the job, and then they lied and said, "Oh yeah, Terry approved of Arthur Smith." How can you approve if you wasn't even a GM yet? So our organization and our problem is that we never blame the right people, and we get rid of the ones that actually are a good part of our organization. We got rid of Ike Hilliard that everybody loved in the organization and the players, and he was a scapegoat for this trash offense. We ain't get answers for that, right?
We
Like,
all know what that was, though. They fired Ike because Ike held him accountable. The word the word people are allergic to with the Falcons organization is accountability.
yeah,
Period. Because Arthur Blank damn sure threw Raheem Morris under the bus at that press conference that he had a couple of days ago.
he threw him and Terry underneath the bus. And like
Right.
I said, like however you, because again, like if anybody has coached or anybody has been in the power of having some kind of like authority, when you're dealing with a young roster, you need to have a proper game plan and a proper let me say, you need to have proper experience, but you need to have a proper game plan and make sure everybody is on the same accord. And when you hire people that don't fit that attribute, you're gonna fail. And out of all the accounts of Raheem, yeah, he's a player's coach. But everywhere he's been, he's too much of a player's coach where he be going to the clubs with the player. Like he does everything that you're not supposed to do as a manager or as someone that has extreme power. Like Raheem acts like he's just a regular like worker bee. And I'm like, dog, you can't do that when you a head coach. And so, I've talked to 92.9 the game. I've been on 680 the fan. And a lot of Falcons fans believe that Matt Ryan is this key to the franchise. Guys, we got to give the most winningest Falcons play. I'm like, first of all, if we want to be real, Falcons fans have never criticized Matt Ryan when Matt Ryan had all the keys. Like, people want to bring up a race thing when it's not a race thing. It's about football and facts. When people want to talk about, people that love Michael Vick or people that love Matt Ryan, let's bring all the facts. Michael Vick didn't have nobody to work with. His best weapon was a dude named Algie Crumpler. Matt Ryan has had 4 Hall of Famers on his team on the offensive side alone, and he still couldn't get us the Super Bowl. And I haven't even talked about the fact with the coaching staff that he has had. This dude, you have had Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDaniel, oh my goodness, I'm drawing blank. He has had so much help just from the coaching staff and players alone. Dude, you have been set up to have success from the beginning of your career. Tony Gonzalez, Julio, Roddy Wright, Todd McClure. You have so many veteran leadership, and we didn't win nothing. And I'm not even going to talk about the Super Bowl because we know how that is. We
Can
can
I
have
ask you a question? I agree with a lot that you mentioned, but it's something that you and a lot of people keep leaving out.
I haven't got to
the defense. Let's be real, because the Super Bowl year, that defense was ranked 28th all year and finished 24th. They were not a good defense. And 2017 was a hell of a defense or whatnot. And let's just be honest, bro. We didn't get it done in that ball game or whatnot, and we went away from Tevin Coleman. If we're gonna be honest, because Philly couldn't stop him. I live here, and all them fans, I was at the game. They all was like, "We can't stop 26," and I said, "As Sarkisian is doing in Texas right now, screwing everything up the same exact way."
Yes, I'm getting to it, bro. I know I'm ranting, but yes, I'm getting to what you're saying is that. Yo, man, our fact is we keep on making the same dumb mistakes, and we are not accountable. And we keep blaming the people that's not in charge of who we are blaming. It's very frustrating, and then we rush decisions. I know somebody else talked about it. We keep on rushing decisions when we don't have to. There ain't nobody else in the NFL making head coaching hires outside of the Giants with John Harbaugh. You get what I'm saying? So why? First of all, how are you going to make this kind of hire and we don't even have a GM yet? Matt Ryan just got to the president of liaison. First of all, that's the first failure. Is that Matt Ryan's going to be the point man. But you know what a liaison does? A liaison isn't a point man. That's just that is just a fancy like mediator. That makes no sense. If you're going to put somebody in position of power, I don't need somebody just to be like, "Hey, dog, can you like relay this message to old boy?" And then once you get that message, like relay it back to me. What does that do? You get like you. So again, you make a hot, and the reason why we were apparently top 2 choices with John Harbaugh is that John Harbaugh like this because we were pretty much like an open book. He had almost carte blanche to hire his GM or have a lot of influence. With Kevin Stefanski, his resume doesn't dictate him having leeway or having a say into who we need to hire. Like, dog, first of all, when people talk about Cleveland has always had talent on their roster. What failed is their owner, and their ownership has really failed. But they have had Pro Bowlers. They have always had high draft picks, which means that they've always had talent. You've had Nick Chubb. You've always had wide receivers. You had Landry, Cooper. Like, Cleveland has. People downplay why Cleveland's been dysfunctional. It's because of their coaching has been bad and because of their head top person. And the Falcons, we shouldn't. The reason why we have failed and Arthur Blank does have to get blamed is because of who was in his ear. With Rich McKay, who's had a lot of a lot of hold on this franchise. But the first time that we get a clean slate where he's not being involved no more, we come and do this dumb stuff, and it's like, oh, here we go with this stuff. Even though I don't think Matt Ryan is going to be Rich McKay. I think Matt Ryan, because this was my vision. Fine, if you want to hire Matt Ryan, you don't need to just put all the pressure on him, in my opinion. You need to have a whole board of people. Like, you have work done that's been a part of this franchise. Bring in a Roddy White. Bring in a Tony Guns. Like, whoever that it has a very popular, pretty much like the Ring of Honor. You bring that and you start a committee. I feel like we are having so much pressure on Matt Ryan to get it right. And I'm like, dog, he ain't even got no experience. So if he fails, is the Falcons fan base going to get mad at him when he was set up to fail? Because he ain't have nobody? That ain't right. Like, I'll feel bad for Matt Ryan. I'm like, yo, we gotta do better. And this Kevin Stefanski, we have so many options. Now, I'm going to get off my soapbox if anybody else want to join. My bad, y'all. I just had to get that out real quick.
I wanted to go back to the Super Bowl real quick.
Yes, sir.
I have a problem sometimes with rankings because there's a formula that dictates how teams are ranked. And I know there are some cut and dry statistics that do yield what a good defense is and what a good defense isn't. Well, that lowly ranked defense that we had in the Super Bowl held the Tom Brady-led Patriots to 3 points to damn near the fourth quarter.
Yep.
And gave us a touchdown, a pick six. So if you look at the game, if you really analyze the game, the defense was kicking ass. We had 3 and outs as an offense.
Mm-hmm.
And what people forget, since we brought up Mr. Matt Ryan again, is that after the Patriots scored and tied the game, we had 57 seconds to get in field goal range. We didn't have any timeouts. And Mr. Matt Ryan, Mr. Cerebral, threw the ball in the middle of the field. And he had to clock the ball on one occasion because he threw it a short pass to a player who didn't get the first down. And so essentially we gave up.
Yep.
So we treat Matt Ryan like he's
Tom Brady.
Exactly. Because Tom Brady with 57 seconds, with the quarterback in Kansas City, with the quarterback in Buffalo, I mean, you just keep going. With top quarterbacks, you give them 57 seconds to get in field goal range to win the Super Bowl, it happens. It happens. And so I get really tired of people talking about the defense. Granted, the defense gave up a lot of points in the fourth quarter.
But they was gassed. They was on the 40 plus minutes.
Absolutely. But they held them to 3 points. That's crazy to me. And I think Grady Jarrett set the record on sacks or something, didn't he?
Here comes Tony.
People forget that we had the second youngest we had one of the youngest defenses in the NFL that year. Everybody was either first or second year players at key positions. Vic Beasley was in his second year with Grady Jarrett. Deion Jones was his second year. The safety Keanu Neal. A lot of our young Jason Collins. That's all first and second year players.
Right. But to your point, we had a hell of a coaching staff.
Yep.
Matt LaFleur.
Mike McDonald.
Yeah. Shanahan. I mean, we had people all over the place. When you look at where we are right now.
Our defensive staff was good. We got so many people, man.
But the last thing I'm going to say about that, and this was, I think, your initial point, even if we had Aaron Rodgers You don't make Aaron Rodgers the president of football just because he's a good player. He's a Hall of Famer. And we're not even talking about a caliber player like that. It almost seemed like a PR stunt because he is so loved and liked in Atlanta that it's like you put Matt Ryan up there and emotionally everybody's charged. Let me get my season tickets. Let me do this. Matt Ryan's back.
Yeah. Can I add one thing before the guy that just came in?
Oh yeah, and I'm done.
Go ahead, finish my bad, bro.
Hey man, go ahead. Good, cause see, hey, you know, seem like you really need to ventilate on this thing, man. Cause
Yeah,
you know,
well, I mean,
just like the rest of us.
yeah, I do need a vent, but I'm trying to
Go
be, I'm
ahead.
trying to think like a smart, logical standpoint that majority of the Falcons fan base have, and like I said, I've been on so many podcasts and people talk is that they have got so burnt from the Michael Vick situation in their minds, they needed a white savior. Matt Ryan is the total opposite of what Michael Vick stood for, or how he was in Atlanta, and it was such a bad taste in their mouths of what the Michael Vick experience was. It's like, shoot, man, we need anything and everything, or like we need the total opposite of what Michael Vick was, and we got Matt Ryan, who, when he came out of the draft, they said his player archetype was Tom Brady, and he was 6'5" and had the tutelage, and his throwing motion is like just because your player comp is what was the greatest of all time, did you live up to that? And Matt Ryan never lived up to that. If you talk to any of fan bases and their view on Matt Ryan, they view him as an above average quarterback. And Falcons fans think that this dude is dang near Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Drew. Like, they believe he's on that level. And I'm like, if you talk to anybody else and they just bring the facts, Matt Ryan has not done anything in his career that is spectacular outside of being the highest paid player and being, one of the most passing yards. But that's gonna, fade eventually. But yeah, like, they think he's Jesus, and I'm like, guys, come back to reality, y'all. He's just a regular dude like everybody else, and it's okay. All right, go ahead. I'm done.
I want to add one more thing. I know I said I was done, but this is the last thing. So Matt Ryan was rookie of the year, and people talk about the back-to-back winning seasons and so forth. But let's just be clear. The Falcons were 11-5, 9-5, 13-3, 10-6, and 13-3 Matt's first few years, which is great. But then they dropped to 4-12, 6-10, 8-8. You know what happened? That last 13-3 year, that's when Michael Turner, the burner, that was his last year. The year he left, that very next year, we went 4-12.
Yep.
People forget the impact that Michael Burner had on this team. And I'll stop there because I don't want this. I guess it already has turned into a Matt Ryan rant. I'm just not happy with the selection.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, somebody had something. It's just hard to resist from, going in if you disagree with the hire of Matt Ryan at that particular position. Because like I said here and said on Ryan's show and everywhere I've been tonight, this is a polarizing situation. Either you like it or you hate it. And we're gonna have to, it's just January. It's January. Draft coming in April. OTAs, team activities coming in June, May, June, July. Preseason in August. Regular season in September. You're looking at least 8 months of having to digest this with no football being played for those 8 months to change our minds one way or another. And I think that's the hardest part. That's the hardest part, because anticipation until the regular season starts again. Because see, the league year hasn't even ended for 2025, 2026. And the anticipation of what it is that we're going to see in September is so far away that to have a polarizing hire like this, man. And I go back to what James said in the very beginning. This looks and seems like a rushed process. Like you had a deadline, like you had to do this before somebody came and scooped this person away from you. And the same misgivings, misgivings, doubts, thoughts and things. All these other teams had those same things too about this particular person for the coaching guy. Because at this point, us and New York are the only people who have hired a head coach, correct?
Yep.
Am I right or wrong?
Yep. You're right.
Okay. Yeah, we're the only two teams that have hired someone. So, I definitely 100% agree with James, because there was really no need to rush. And I'm not sure whether you guys heard about it, but it was now Matt Ryan has some ties with this man. Okay, he has some ties with this man. It's somebody that he knows, somebody that he's familiar with, and that weighed heavily. I would imagine that would weigh heavily in the decision. But for me, as been said many times in the past and many times tonight, you are what your record is. And Steve, he was very, very eloquent and extensive in talking about the Shedeur Sanders situation. I'm hearing an echo like somebody's outside. Who that? Okay. I thought it was a train going by. Because the Shedeur Sanders situation for me, from the draft until he finally got into a game and was able to show what it was that he could do. Now that really kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Now I don't know who's responsible for it. Okay, I don't know why he was drafted as late as he was. Well, I basically have an idea why, but for him to take that long to get on the field when it was evident and clear that he was a talent And all he needed was an opportunity to get out there and show what it was that he could do, but he was being hampered from being able to do that. That kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Okay. Where the blame is, whether it's Stefanski, whether it's the front office, whether it's the offensive coordinator, whoever it is, whoever it was, I don't know. Then I'm looking at the record over the past 2 years, and the record over the past 2 years is worse than the person we just fired. And I could see a seasoned NFL general manager, president of football operations, seeing a diamond in the rough and saying, hey, this happened, that happened, whatever, because see, there's still this aura of the ownership up there in Cleveland, which they have proven to be clowns. I can see that, but for me, it would take a seasoned veteran GM, president of football operations, owner that would take a person that would be qualified as a diamond in the rough by their trained eye, by their trained football business acumen, making that leap and hiring that man. Because, like I say, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whenever it is that they have the press conference, somebody is going to ask that question. Somebody's going to ask that question. Somebody's going to ask that question. And for the sake of the franchise and for the sake of these 8 months between now and the beginning of the season, they better have a good answer for that question. They better have a good answer for that question. Because what Matt Ryan said that I read earlier, that sounded like a media press release. Didn't sound like something that somebody would say standing up in front of a microphone speaking verbatim. It just doesn't sound like that. It may be, but it just doesn't sound like. Tonio, you got anything on this?
Well, first of all, I'm just gonna let y'all know what my wife did to me earlier when they announced that they hired him. I was in the bathroom taking a shit.
How appropriate.
So what she does, she cracks the door. She hands me one of my Falcon jerseys out of the closet. She said, "Here, you can wipe your ass with this." I was like, "Dang!" I said, "What happened?" She was like, "You know your boy just hired Stefanski." I was like, "Cleveland old coach? Oh my god!" So I had to really sit there on that porcelain throne and really give it some thought. I believe, like Stefanski, he's going to keep Jeff Ulbrich as his defensive coordinator. And when he came in, he had to be a real yes man like Raheem was for them to even consider him. Because I believe, like, when they interviewed Kubiak, I think Kubiak knew that even though they wanted to interview him, Kubiak know that he's not finna go nowhere. Because the way Seattle playing right now, Seattle not finna let that man go nowhere. They're gonna make sure he's paid. Believe that. And I don't believe for 1 second, like we keep talking about Matt Ryan, right? Like Matt Ryan is loved, and he does a lot of things in the community in Atlanta. And I also believe, like, yeah, he's responsible for everything. What they said between the players and the grass. But Stefanski, dude, like this season coming up better be something serious. We better make the playoffs, cause if not, Matt Ryan ain't gonna be there that long either. Because is this your first choice, your first decision as you know president of football, and this shit go way left? Everybody gonna be coming from Matt head too. Trust me, the tide can turn. Where they can go, they can like Matt Ryan right now. They got a love, but that can turn into a love-hate relationship real fast.
with the quickness.
Huh?
With the quickness.
A love-hate relationship real fast. If Stefanski don't, if Stefanski come in here and we start off the season and we doing good, and we like when it get to like week 12, and here it is, we in control of the division, and you know there's a good chance of us making the playoffs, then I'll be fine with it. But if
Yep.
it's the same old, and we getting our ass whooped, and there's bad coaching, I'm not gonna just look at Stefanski. I gotta look at Matt Ryan too, because
Yep.
yeah, they could have waited, and like James said, it seemed like a rush process. Yeah, they could have waited, and they could have waited till the playoffs was over. To tell you the truth,
Yep.
we would have waited. We'd have been talking a lot of shit, but we would have waited. Because somebody else besides Stefanski, I'm pretty sure they could have got somebody else. And
And
like,
we still need a GM.
huh?
I think yeah, well, I was saying that we still need a GM.
Oh, we gonna get old boy from Chicago. You ain't even got to worry about that one. That's a
Well,
done deal.
like yeah, like I'm talking about like a GM to help Matt Ryan do the vetting process of, like it shouldn't just be all on Matt Ryan to do all the hiring. You get what I'm saying?
Right. I agree.
Like again, you did this when we hired Arthur Smith. You hired the head coach and then you hired a GM and then you put the blame on the GM on why the head coach didn't work out and Arthur Smith. Like you did it backwards again. You got to start right from the top down, not from the bottom, then the top, then the bottom again.
But as I sat there on that porcelain throne, I sat there and I told myself, I was like, I wonder how much longer Arthur Blank got.
3 years max.
I wonder how, because I honestly believe, like, even though Rich McKay is to the side, as they say, but he still has a lot of power when it comes to Arthur Blank. I do believe, like, the influence that he has over that, like, even though you may not be, like, have a title when it comes to, like, the football side of things anymore, I still believe he has a lot of influence.
Yep.
Because when Arthur Blank bought the team, he didn't know dog shit about football. And that's why he hired Rich McKay. Because throughout all of this time, and I understand why he want to keep him too, though, in his pocket. Because Rich McKay has a lot of stuff stirring in the pot. So when he gets to that point where he might become the commissioner, then I can see why he want to keep that man in his pocket.
But as if he is still alive at that point.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's still gonna reap benefits to the Falcons regardless.
Yeah.
Regardless, whether his son what's his son named Josh, whether Josh is in charge or whoever, or I wish he'd just sell the damn team. Real talk. Get the blank name off of ownership. Period. Let somebody else come in here because, like Matt Ryan, like as they say, like the token Negro. He's the token white man.
Yep.
He is the token white man. No matter how you look at it, because outside of him being a stable quarterback, a consistent quarterback up until the end, and then the way that they got rid of Matt, I felt like Arthur Blank felt like he owed Matt Ryan something too, though.
Which is BS.
So on that, that's just a lot of it's BS to me too. But like I said, this next year is gonna be where Matt Ryan is either gonna be loved or he's gonna be hated. Because if we're in the same situation that we was, and here it is, we like third, fourth in the division, without a chance of making the playoffs, and we done already been put out the playoffs. Oh, they're coming for his neck. They're coming for
I
his
don't
neck.
know.
I don't really think Matt Ryan knew what he signed up for when he signed his deal. Because yeah, you love now, but we can hate your ass next year though. It ain't gotta be next year. We can hate you in about another 9-10 months.
I don't know, bro. I think there's a love. I think there's a strong love for him with this fan base because of what happened prior.
Oh, it's a strong love, but at the same
It's
time,
gonna
okay,
take him.
look at when Terry. Okay, do y'all remember when Terry was cooking? Remember that
Yeah,
Terry was
eh,
cooking, and when Terry was cooking, nobody had a problem with Terry. But when we thought John, no, when we thought that Arthur Blank them still had him on the leash, and he really wasn't really doing his job, I think the last draft was Terry's draft where they finally took the leash off of Terry. Because up until then, everything else was questionable.
yeah. And
But
you
being
see, like,
that,
go ahead, my
and we
bad.
and we get so caught up on the whole, like when Raheem got hired, everybody was like, "Oh yeah, Atlanta, Chocolate City, we got a black coach." Oh, okay, we nah. Don't believe
Mm,
that bullshit. Don't believe that bullshit. Because guess what? And when they came in here and Terry and him was like shoulder to shoulder, buddy, and gotta find a way. Yeah, bitch, you gotta find another job. That's what you gotta do.
yep.
That's what you
He
gotta
should have
do
put his
because,
foot down.
like, I
He-
wouldn't care if even if they brought Mike Tomlin in here. And I mean, I would have respected Mike Tomlin choice at coach rather than Stefanski because, dude, how do you hire a losing coach?
Yep. But he has two. You know who Kevin Stefanski is? He is the Steve Nash. You know how when Steve Nash won those two like MVPs over Shaq?
Yep.
That is Kevin Stefanski. Like, dog, you won it because you had a Hall of Fame roster around you. With Steve Nash, like, uh, uh there should have been three other people that should have won that MVP twice over Steve Nash, but because of how much favor that he has around the NFL, and
Oh, because back then Steve Nash was white Jesus, bro.
yeah, no one could. Steve Nash was perfect in a lot of people's eyes, and with Kevin Stefanski, dog, like, I you know I hate to have race involved, but it's like, dog, you ain't your career has not banked you this much credibility with the NFL and the higher ups. Because,
Right.
bro, you ain't done nothing, in my
And
opinion.
John, just to go back to your point, like I really don't put it on Stefanski when it comes to that whole Shador Sanders thing because if from an ownership perspective, if they wanted Shador, the owners would have drafted that man. But the owners was told to stay away from that man. Stefanski, he ain't got more power than the owner.
Yeah,
But we gonna see what we got because there's a lot of work the Falcons still have to do, even with Stefanski being in there. Like you said, the GM got to come in here and do his job. Stefanski got to get these boys on board. We gotta let him announce that he's keeping Jeff Ulbrich because I don't think none of us want Jeff Ulbrich to go anywhere.
nah. Yo, Jeff Ulbrich or like Ryan Nielsen. Well, he went. It's crazy. As soon as Ryan Nielsen left, you see he turned that Jag defense around, and they a playoff team. I was like, I hated that we got rid of Ryan Nielsen, but I'm glad we were able to get Jeff Ulbrich. That's the one shining move that Raheem did,
And that wasn't on Raheem.
or whoever.
That wasn't on Raheem. Don't give Raheem no credit for that shit at all. At all.
Well, I don't know who it was, but I'm glad that they brought him in. because I was so mad when we couldn't like retain Ryan Nielsen. I was like, dog, that's the one person, and I believe Arthur Blank did want to keep him, but Raheem wanted to bring his own staff and bring in Lake.
Yeah, that
Trash.
shit was trash.
Dog, yeah, if that's one misstep that Terry did was him giving a long leash on Raheem.
But I really wouldn't call it a long leash. I guess he really didn't want to overstep because any GM, yeah, coaching staff when they come in, they want to bring in their own people. That's anybody.
Well, yeah,
Anybody.
yeah, like I'm talking to the standpoint on whatever Raheem's decision. It seemed like those two were their fates were tied to each other. That's what I'm trying to say. Like if Raheem was gonna get fired, apparently so was Terry, according to
But
Arthur
the
Blank.
thing, but I don't think I think Terry would have been out the door anyway, based on this whole quarterback situation.
And apparently that wasn't even his fault. He was the scapegoat. Apparently Raheem wanted Kirk Cousins, and then behind the scenes, because I am tied in, because my trade is I'm a quarterback coach. I've been coaching offense and high schoolers and middle schoolers for a long time.
Okay, before
And
you
I,
get to all
and
of
I
that, before you get to all of that, like, don't come on the panel and be another coach.
oh no. Yeah, no,
Because
I'm not
Coach has
I'm not
yet to
asking
show
that.
anybody any credentials.
Does he know
Yeah.
coach? Does he
Let me
know
fit.
coach?
I don't know.
So I'm tied in with I'm tied in with Justin Fields' family, family friends and stuff. And from what I have been told, and I've spoken to his father,
You
that apparently Arthur did not want Justin Fields
can
here,
y'all hear me?
Like, he didn't want him in. He
Yeah,
didn't want him in
yeah.
Pittsburgh either.
and so Terry did want to bring him in before Kirk Cousins,
Mm.
and apparently his hands were tied about Arthur Blank really wanted us to draft a quarterback, and apparently his hands were tied. That's what I heard
Wait a minute.
from some
Now
people.
let
So as
oh
far as
now,
just
now
Michael
now let
Penix,
me ask you about that. Let me
yes,
ask you
sir,
about that. Now what who was the head coach when this took place?
Raheem,
Oh, Raheem. Okay. Okay. Cause I was thinking you were talking about the Arthur
Arthur.
Smith
No,
regime where he said that he didn't want him and he ended up having to coach him up there in Pittsburgh.
right. That was ironic.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
But that's what, like I said, that's what I heard, and I've talked to the family, um, and so it was just some stuff behind the scenes, and I was like, damn, stuff didn't work out. It is what it is.
Hey Travis,
What's going on, fellas?
what's going on, man?
Chilling, man.
I,
Chilling.
I just want to hear what you got to say about this, bruh.
Man, I was online playing 2K25 wrestling with the fellas, and then everybody started calling me and let me know. I was like, what? I was like, well, it is what it is. I'm kind of conflicted, man. I'm 50-50 with it because on one hand, he's a good coach. You know what I mean? He's proven that by winning, two-time coach of the year, and he is a good coach. He can call plays, and on the other hand, I didn't like the Shadur Sanders situation. I know it wasn't all his fault because that ain't who we wanted. You know what I mean? It wasn't really on him. It's kind of on the front office, but But I just look at what he did while he was in Cleveland. I mean, they didn't win many games, obviously, because Cleveland didn't really have shit. But to have that team competitive with what they had is to say something. Now, imagine bringing him over here with all the weapons he have for the Falcons in a weak NFC South and what he can do. So I feel good about that. So I got to put that part about the Shadur thing aside and just look at his coaching at that point. And I think he's going to coach this team up well. I think we got a good one. I think we're going to be fine once everybody get past the initial shock of Kevin Stefanski. But I think we're good, honestly. I don't know how y'all feel about it, but
Well, let me let you know right now. You walk right, said, dead in the center of the line, then.
it was shocking to me, man. Ain't gonna lie. I thought it was gonna wait a little longer till maybe some more coaches come available or whatever. But hey, man, gotta roll with him.
Yep.
That's what he got.
Now, see, that's part of what's we're recoiling about, because did you really have to hire him before the playoffs and Super Bowl were over with? Because
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought it was gonna wait until like at least till about the Super Bowl. That way, all the coaches are pretty much available, and then they go from there. But guess not. And I just hope Matt know what he's doing with this one. Like I say, we'll see.
yeah, because
I
his
seen them
net.
all take a picture together. They was all lined up, like taking a picture
Oh,
together. I don't know if y'all see that picture, but
oh, you know what? I did see that picture. I thought it was an old picture. Was that a new picture?
I think it's new because yeah, because Greg Beals is right down the side with Matt Ryan and Kevin Stefanski and Arthur Blank, all of them. I don't see Rich
Well,
McKinnon, so it's gonna be new.
depending upon what happens, you better be able to get ready for them to hang numbers over there.
But I'm not worried about the offensive side, like far as him coaching though, because he's a good coach. That's what I'm saying. I just want him to be fair with the players. Just don't have no bias towards no players. Like the Shadur said, that was a mess, man, with Sanders. I mean, I just hope he let that go and come in and coach this team well and do what he's supposed to do and coach us, get us in the best position to win, man. That's all I care about. Let's go win. Let's get this
Well, see,
together in the offseason.
that's his latest recent history. See, that's the thing. Now, if this had happened 3 or 4 years ago, yeah, but this was this past season where whether he was totally responsible for it, it's just like
Trust
being in
me,
that
John, he
elevator when
wasn't.
somebody farted and when the door opened and I'm getting ready to get on the elevator, everybody on the elevator stank. I don't know who did. All y'all did it.
Right. Well, I'm just gonna say it like this, man. Like I say, many people I'm sure wasn't expecting him to win much in Cleveland what he had. I mean, he couldn't really win with that team, bro. Not what they had. I mean, over here he's got stuff to really work with over here. All they gotta do is just build on what he already got. We got the base cores here, so I think we'll be fine, honestly. And he's a better coach than Raheem Morris. I know Raheem Morris got a better record here lately than him, but bro, he's a better coach overall than Raheem Morris.
I agree.
Yeah.
So that won't be hard to do. Like the least he can do is win NFC South over here. I'm sure he can. Playing in that hard AFC conference, I'm sure he'll wreck shop over here. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they can win the NFC South if John was the coach.
Well, guess
I
what?
believe.
Hey, Travis, guess what? We're going to play that division as well as the NFC North next year.
Wow, I'm just wondering why they make the pick so fast. That's my thing. And then a second interview with him. I mean, obviously he was one of the front runners because he's one of the best options out there besides Tomlin. And I know everybody wanted Clint Kubiak, but Clint Kubiak ain't never been no head coach, so we still don't know what he would have done as a head coach. He ain't got no experience as a head coach. So that's the only thing I understand about the Clint Kubiak thing. I understand he got the offense rolling over in Seattle. I get that, but as a head coach and offensive coordinator is two different things. So
Now,
that's why I don't understand that
okay. Now, well, I'm just going to throw this out here. We have two examples where we have hired first-time head coaches that hired good offensive coordinators and good defensive coordinators. That was Mike Smith and
Dan Quinn.
Dan Quinn. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I will reach out and say this and see how y'all feel about it. If we had a halfway decent offensive coordinator, we wouldn't even be here talking about this.
Yep.
Yeah, you're probably right. But see,
We
that
probably
was
would have
the
won about
thing.
12 games. We probably
That
would
was
have
the
won
thing.
12 games.
Raheem had to bring his boys, his friends that he was cool
Yeah,
with, us falling on his own sword because those was the guys which did get the job done.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And this year, if you had had a halfway decent offensive coordinator,
Yeah, we would have
we
won 12 games.
we
Easy.
would not be talking about this at all. This situation wouldn't have happened. Uh, the GM search, the coach search, and just like my man, what's your name again, boss? I'm old, bro.
Am I talking about me, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Trinity.
Trinity. Let me put these names on the stage up here so I can see who's on the stage. But at any rate, if we had had an offensive coordinator, because when you hired Ulbrich, all right, you saw what the defense did. And this is one of the things that I've constantly said all throughout the season. If your offense had given our defense some rest, just let me sip a little Gatorade between times I got to go out there on the field. Just let the Gatorade man get to me and let me take a little sip before I have to go back to work. We would not be having this conversation. We wouldn't be having this conversation. And I say that even with all the coaching blunders and mistakes that Raheem Morris was making. You know, because you 3 and out within 50 seconds. Your time possession on offense, 50 seconds, a minute 5 seconds, a minute 30 seconds of game time. Man, defense looking at the surface tablet trying to see what the offense is doing. Man, you can't talk to nobody. You ain't have time to talk to anybody.
Facts.
Not before you got to go right back out there to work. And I thought at one time during the season, I thought that our defense and offense was going to be split, just like Houston was with Buddy Ryan and Kevin Kilbride. And Buddy Ryan and Mike Dicker up there in Chicago, excuse me. Because the defense was doing all the work. They were putting the offense good field position, got them off the field. Man come punt, put you in a good spot. And special teams coach too. Now let me not leave him out. Special team coach too. Man, I tell you, defense was hustling backward because they were always out there.
3 and outs all the time.
3 and out, losing yards, giving the defense short fields to defend. Man, it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous.
And what I'm hearing that Kevin Stefanski likes Jeff Ulbrich and he's gonna stay. So our thing now is just finding an offensive coordinator. Who is that gonna be? That's gonna be the tale right there.
Mike McDaniel. Bring him back.
I would love to get Mike McDaniel, man. That would be
Because
perfect. If we get Mike McDaniel, that'd be perfect.
he's the type of quarterback with Michael Penix that Tua isn't. Like a lot of his concepts, when we talk about the X's and O's, Michael Penix with his arm strength and him being a gunslinger fits Mike McDaniel's offensive scheme better than Tua or Matt Ryan could do because they don't have enough arm talent to make those kind of throws that are advantageous to Mike McDaniel's plays. But
Right.
that's if we decide to keep Penix, which that's a whole nother,
And that's another thing. We'll see where that goes. But like I say, Jeff Ulbrich, Kevin Stefanski, we're in good hands, I believe, with that. Let's just see where the offensive coordinator goes with that. Once we get that, we'll really know where we're going from there. You know what I mean?
Now this is the question as far as that's concerned. Kevin Stefanski called his own offense last year. Now, will he relinquish that to an offensive coordinator?
See, that's a great question.
Because the impression that I've been getting, I may be right or wrong, the impression I've been getting is that Kevin Stefanski is just like Arthur Smith. Would you want to be an offensive coordinator under this man?
Nope.
Okay. And are you going to bring in, okay, say for instance, you get an offensive coordinator. That offensive coordinator is going to bring whatever type of offense that he had to the team. So, will you be able to keep your hands off of it and let that man do his job? Or are you going to be one of those coaches that works on Sunday? Now, I kind of prefer that coach that works on Sunday. Andy Reid, LaFleur, that you're the head coach, but you making all of the offensive calls. All right, this is your offense. You running your offense. You know the best on how to run your offense, and no offensive coordinator is going to override you on what it is that you call. Now, what you're doing in doing that, you're grooming that offensive coordinator in that particular style of offense. Okay, so that he knows what's going on. And plus, I mentioned this earlier tonight, but I'm going to mention it again because I know at least 3 of you hadn't heard what I said. But if Kevin Stefanski brings his offense here and he runs his offense, you now eliminate the situation that we had when Kyle Shanahan left here to go take a head coaching job. Because Kyle Shanahan was the only one that knew how to call his offense. The 2 following offensive coordinators that we had, Sarkisian and
that's Arthur Smith. I think Arthur Smith called our offense, right?
Yeah, Arthur Smith did. But I'm going back to 2017 after Kyle Shanahan left. Because the first offensive coordinator we got was Steve Sarkisian. He dropped the playbook in front of him. You
talking about Kyle
plays out of this playbook.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah. After Shanahan left, they dropped Shanahan's offense right in front of Sarkisian. Blue, hey, put that beer down. I got something for you to study. Same thing with what's his name? The man who took over afterwards told him, Blue, you're gonna call plays out of this book right here.
That was Sark. That was Sark after Shanahan.
Yeah, it was Sark, and then what's his name? He was here before. He came right after.
Are you talking about Dirk Cutter?
Yeah, Cutter. Yeah, that's
I said Cutter. Yeah, I said Cutter a while ago.
Yeah, he said it.
So if Stefanski calls his own plays and he's his own offensive coordinator, whatever, we don't have to worry about anybody stealing our offensive coordinator if he does well. Now that I mentioned that, folk interviewing Zach Robinson for offensive coordinator, man, I don't understand.
They can have him
if they saw everything that we saw, that man should have got a damn interview for towel collector in the locker room.
Bruh,
what people fail to realize about Zach Robinson is the fact that you go put him on another team like any other team that doesn't have a B. John Robinson, that doesn't have a Drake London, that doesn't have a Kyle Pitts, stuff like that. Those players aren't the same.
Mm-mm.
Talent is what made people interested in him.
Yep.
Yeah,
He needs
Bijan saved us a lot. He saved our asses a lot in them games.
he needs to
If we
co-
had Bijan, we probably would have lost a lot of them games.
yeah. He needs to go back to coach high school football. And he needs to learn how to develop a proper scheme. That this is my issue with our offensive coordinators these past couple of years or cycles is that their play design and their play like ingenuity is so basic and so terrible. You you do, and this is one of the things I criticize Mike Bobo about, like doing tight end screens when you don't have the tight. We could talk about how bad they are. Um, I was about to throw out. Would y'all want to try to get Todd Monken if he's available? If he doesn't go with John Harbaugh to the Giants, would y'all do a flyer out on him? Because you saw how he was effective with Georgia, and he was
But
effective with getting Lamar two straight, most valuable player trophies.
But then again, it's the same question. Can you work for Stefanski?
I think if you get Mike McDaniel in here, I don't think it'll have no problem. I don't think Mike Stefanski will. They probably might collab on some stuff, but I don't think he'll bother because Mike McDaniel can handle it. I don't think it'll be an issue. And even if Kevin decides to take on that responsibility himself, I think we'll be in good hands regardless because he knows how to call plays. So he just didn't have the talent over in Cleveland, but he can call plays. I never had an issue with him on that. So I'll be fine with him. Either way, I'll be fine. Like with that.
I I think the reason why he wouldn't hire Mike McDaniel is because I think he would look at him as a threat and be like, if I don't work out in Atlanta, Mike McDaniel's here and he's back ingratiated with the Falcons culture and stuff. That's his job. Or I think Mike McDaniel will be a threat, and I believe that's why Raheem, when Raheem brought his coaches, he didn't want an established coach on his staff because I think he had insecurities with his coaching ability that he didn't want to have a bona fide coach on his staff. He wanted all rookie coaches.
Yeah, he wanted to make it look like, he was the man and he want nobody out coaching him, basically, on his
Yep.
own
well,
team.
everybody knows that when it came to Jeff Ulbrich coming in and becoming the defensive coordinator, that had nothing to do with Raheem. Nothing. That's why, at the end of the day, Arthur Blank was like, "Yeah, Raheem can go, but Ulbrich, we want you to stay." When I knew when they turned down him going to Dallas, when Dallas wanted to interview Ulbrich, I
Oh yeah,
already
he wasn't
knew what the
going with
plan
that.
was.
Mm-hmm.
hmm And then the fan base liked Ulbrich too. He was like, okay, well the
Not
fan
just
base
Ulbrich, Ulbrich, Nate Ollie, like
Yeah,
they got
everybody on the
from the
defense.
defensive side. Yeah, they good.
hmm
Nah, Maurice Williams and Raheem and Zach, yeah, all of them gotta go. Had to go.
They need a Greyhound bus ticket. They,
Does
I
anybody
think
know where Jimmy Lake is?
I think he's a assistant in college somewhere, but I don't know.
Not Division One. I hope. I hope he's doing like community college.
Shoot, now he needs to go to D3.
I don't know. I know Ike Hilliard joined somebody in college on their staff. I don't know if it was Michigan or somewhere. Somewhere I seen he went.
Y'all, who would y'all bring in to be a QB coach for Penix if we choose to keep him on the roster? I was thinking about Hugh Jackson because he's coaching at Georgia State right now. I think his how he could relate to young quarterbacks. He has a good rapport with a lot of young quarterbacks. I think he would
Who,
be a good mentor
who
for
was
him.
his quarterback coach at Washington?
I honestly don't know. Oh, it
That's
was
what we need.
wasn't it the head coach for Bama? Weren't they tight?
LaFleur?
Yeah.
I don't think he
I
was the
mean,
quarterback coach.
well, yeah, he may not have been the quarterback coach, but I know he was very hands on with Michael Penix. His 2 years he was there with him. I know that for a fact, but I'm not sure who the QB coach was for Washington at the time. But I know for a fact I don't want Tommy Rees. That's what I for sure don't want Kevin Stefanski to bring.
As long as it's somebody that know what they're doing at quarterback, I ain't got no issues with it, man.
Actually,
Now, if
I
they
would
wanted to
love.
give Matt Ryan the job, that's the job they should have gave him.
I was just about to say that, bro. I was like,
Right.
I
That's
would
what I
love
said.
Matt Ryan to mentor him, which I heard that he was doing some last year.
And that's what I was saying before this happened, bringing Matt Ryan in to be the quarterback coach. But I didn't have no idea they was gonna do the president of football thing, and then they did that. So I was like, well, that's off the table.
Mm.
Now, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. I said this last week. Don't be surprised with Matt Ryan being in the position that he in. I'm pretty sure like that whole Julio Jones situation is gonna get fixed now, and I wouldn't be surprised if Julio Jones becomes a wide receiver coach.
Or Roddy.
Roddy needs to be the wide receiver coach. So that
Yeah,
man be on the
I seen Roddy
sideline.
the other night.
Yeah, he be on the sideline 24/7, coaching anyway, really at practices and stuff.
Yeah,
So
he was at the Georgia
that
Tech
man, it's
game.
obviously that man wants to be a part of the organization in a coaching role. I don't know why they won't hire that man.
Because he's coaching high school ball, and yeah, like I said, for Matt Ryan, like I know, the people in the chat and stuff think I'm a hater of Matt Ryan or whatever, but I'm like, I want because I'm a Falcons lover, I want everybody to be successful. I don't want one man to have all this pressure. And right now, because there is nobody else to blame, he has to get all the blame because there is nobody else we can't point fingers to nobody else. And I just don't want Matt Ryan to have all this pressure and no help. And it's like, well, we gonna fail if it's just all on him. He needs a whole committee, in my opinion. I'll
I
leave it at
agree.
that.
We just gotta fix this team. This gotta be fixed. That's why I say all the moves we making, they better be the right ones, cause not man, it's not gonna set us back even further.
Yep.
But I think Kevin Stefanski can be fine as the head coach though. I think we're good there. And Jeff Ulbrich, I ain't worried about them two, as far as coaching wise. Just treat the players right, do right by the players. I ain't got no issue with you.
So we know now. We know Raheem. It's been said by many people. Raheem lost that locker room.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people said. I mean, even though the team was still playing their hearts out.
He definitely lost them. Shit, he lost me. Shit.
Yeah, he lost a lot of the fans for sure. It was like, man, like there's no. That's why a lot of people said there's no way they bringing this man back. There's just no way. Like I mean, like I said, we on the eye test, right? It's called the eye test. You get to look at it and see that. Like, there's no way this man was coming back. Unless it be another mediocre season, and then fire him mid-season or something, then that'd be a waste.
And we have to take into consideration the fact that when you interview for another head coach, that with how we've been doing things and how many coaches we done had in the last 8 years? 3.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard for somebody to come here and be like, "Well, what if I don't turn this around in a year or two? Am I gonna get fired too?"
Well, I think it's on a basis of how you coach. I mean, how it looks as you coaching, as far as wins and losses. And are you getting blown out in games? Are you just looking terrible? No progress. No, you're not looking good. Are you just constantly losing? This team now should be on the uprise, like to at least get to the playoffs. Like this playoffs a bust at this point. Like there's no less than that. You should at least get to the playoffs. Like I said, I think next season we win the division and with Stefanski, man, that's at least 12, 13 games, I think. Easy. With this talent
You
and
said the
his
same thing
coaching,
about Raheem.
huh?
You said the same thing about Raheem. With this talent,
I didn't say that. I said that was the wrong Negro from the start. They should have never hired him. I said that from the jump. But I said I got to roll with him because it's my squad, so I ain't got no choice. But I knew this was coming with Raheem. He's just not head coach material. He's not a good head coach. Coordinator, yes. If you want to say defensive coordinator, cool. But head coach, nah. That's not his makeup. He talks a great game, but he can't coach with the shit. He gets out coached in almost every game he play. That should tell you something right there.
I can't really call him a good defensive coordinator because the Rams was set before he even got there, bro.
And that's what I'm saying. That's why I say if you want to call him a good defensive coordinator, okay, cool. That's why I say cool. But I I didn't really like him like that, honestly.
He
He
wasn't
just
coaching up
didn't
Aaron Donald.
right because that team was already stacked for sure.
Yeah, that team was already stacked.
I'm with you, man. I'm definitely with you on that.
But we shall see. We got a long time to let it all marinate and see
I'm
how it
more
come together.
interested, yeah, and I'm more interested in seeing how he's gonna handle this offseason. With no first round pick, what he's gonna do in the off. That's what I'm really interested in. We'll see how he maneuvered then. That'll tell us everything we want to know too, far as the direction we going and how he's gonna do everything. Because how he handles this offseason and the draft, that's gonna be important. So I'm ready for that. See what he can make shake, far as free agents, who he bringing in, who he cutting, all that stuff.
Well, I wonder where my boy Tyler Algier gonna go. If Tyler Algier
Yeah,
was a starter in the league, he can go to any team and start.
yeah, I said the
Any
same
position.
thing, brother, for sure. But it's a couple teams that he could go though and start for sure.
A couple of a lot of teams.
Yeah, I'm just saying like far as that don't really have a starter like that per se. They're kind of doing it back by committee. Mostly, a lot of teams are doing it back by committee for the most part. But you know,
That's the only thing I'm gonna miss about. I think they should have kept Terry one more year, bro. Even though we got a new coach, I think they would have benefited from having Terry another year.
yeah, Terry kind of caught the back end of that thing because Raheem he had to go. They 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 made him a package deal pretty much on that. Like I said, I seen the Giants cut Evan Neal and Jalen Hyatt though. Jalen Hyatt would be a good option to bring in here as far as a deep threat. And Deontay Banks, they cut him too, cornerback. So it might not be bad to look at that a little bit. But like I say, we'll see what he does. I'm excited though. We know who's the head coach, and we ain't gotta wait on that no more. That's done. So just wait on the rest now. Cause I was just watching this play calling in Cleveland, and I thought it was real good. It's just players was dropping balls, and it was just lack of execution because they just didn't have the players, bro. I like Finn at tight end they had over there in Cleveland, Rashad Judkins, Jared Judy, and they got Dylan Sampson. Nice young. They running game is good. Dylan Sampson, you brought in Rocket Sanders. They got cut from the Chargers, and you got Rashad Jenkins. So they running game is good, but they need more receivers over there in Cleveland, and that's what pretty much killed them over there. But the play calling, the routes and stuff they was running was pretty good. Just didn't have the ammunition, man. And the only reason I was even watching them is for Shadur. That was the only reason. Because I support Well Off Media and the Sanders family. I want to see how that was going forward. But it
Deion got
seemed,
his job. Deion got his job cut out for him too. This upcoming season.
what happened?
Deion Sanders got his job cut out for him this upcoming season. You know how many people he lost to the portal?
Oh yeah. Oh, but have you been watching the people he's picked up so far in the portal? He got two big defensive ends he brought in, and I think a wide receiver. He got some guys that he brought in there. They might be okay. They bring some talent in there, but we'll see. But yeah, they lost that lineman, but you got to replace that lineman. I think they left tackle, I believe. It seemed like y'all shocked, man. Y'all quiet in here tonight. I thought y'all be more lively tonight.
You got people that ain't gonna get no sleep tonight, bro.
See, like everybody is shocked. I think I'm still a little in shock because I just didn't think we was gonna hire nobody that fast. So I think that kind of caught everybody off guard. But when they said second interview, I said, "Uh-oh." Usually when they have a second interview, that means they finna hire this cat.
He probably never left Atlanta.
Probably. That's why I say when I heard second interview, I say, "Uh-oh." But I was like, they probably just doing it, do their due diligence just to be sure. But most of the time, you get a second interview, that's like, finna hire you at that point.
They probably stayed at Matt Ryan house. Shit.
I would be surprised, man. I would not. Serious. I'm sure their house is big enough to do it.
Yeah, you just stay tonight.
but but I mean, what is y'all gut thought about Kevin Stefanski though? Like, how do y'all really feel about this hire? Are y'all good with it or?
You don't hear the silence?
That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all quiet here, bro. It's too quiet. So I guess that's the answer then. Damn. Well, is there anything else that y'all want with this team as we go forward? Like that you say we got to have or who we gotta have?
No tackle. Need another corner for sure. And they definitely got to start drafting for the future because we can't have that old line breakdown this year like it did last year.
True, true. We need another linebacker too, I believe. And this draft is gonna be deep in linebackers too. It's gonna be some good ones in this one. And also they gotta decide. Now I know we love Caden Ellis, but they gotta decide if they want to keep him, because that's gonna be a lot of money. They keep him. Or just let him go. There'll be a lot more money for us. That's a decision that they're gonna have to make too.
I believe they'll work that out.
Yeah. And I like Caden Ellis. You know. Like I say, Cal Pitts. I figure out if they're gonna franchise tag him, what they gonna do with
They
him.
can go for all sure.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier, but then he came on like a bullet near this end. I'm like, okay. I said I want to see what he do till the end of the year,
That's
and he
because
proved me
Drake was
wrong.
hurt.
He started playing.
That's because he was hurt. Drake was hurt.
Yeah,
They had to throw the ball to somebody.
true, true. So he's got more of the targets because usually when everybody's healthy, he's like the fifth or sixth target. But because everybody was injured, like you said, he became the number one, number two target behind Bijan. So I understand now. I see what you're saying there. So you think we should just go ahead and let him go?
If we get a true wide receiver number two, I don't really think they're gonna have to worry about it.
Yeah, that's true. And I always said this. I'm like, if they choose to let him go, man, go get you another prototypical tight end in the draft. It's gonna be plenty in there. And like I said, draft you somebody with your second round pick, and with your third, trade back, get a couple more picks, and get your tight end. That's what I would do. Or you can just bring a tight end in the off season because there's gonna be plenty in the free agent market too. That's
Yep.
gonna be out here.
They should have traded him when they had the chance.
Now that I agree. I said the same thing. That I agree with. We wait. That's the only thing that's been our problem. We wait too long before we make moves, man. Or when we do make moves, we're bringing somebody that's washed up, is past their prime or something. When we should be proactive instead of waiting until it's way past time.
Should have got something for him.
Yeah, man, you could have got even if it was a third and a fifth. Like shit, you got something.
I mean, as you can see, there's always gonna be some diamonds in the rough that you can
Yeah,
find way past the second round.
but see, this is the thing though. You can keep Charlie Garner and go draft you another number one tight end if you want to let Pitts walk and go get you a good serviceable tight end, or like I say, just go in free agency and just get you one because it's gonna be like 8 tight ends available in free agency. I think that I had seen. And all you need is somebody to come in and be serviceable because you ain't gonna be the first target anyway on this team. So
Well, we gonna see
that's a
though.
good point. That's a good point. Brian C37 says, I think you could franchise him and offload him on draft day. That's something you could do too. That's an option. Because you still can draft him can trade him during the draft. That is something you can do. And he made a name for himself near the end, so people see that on tape and it could be the difference.
No, he always been somebody. People always wanted him. Well,
I just
Dallas.
think they messed up when they took him fourth overall. I never thought he should have went that high as a tight end or slash receiver, hybrid, whatever you want to call him.
Based off his
'Cause
first year production, like I'm not gonna put it all on Kyle Pitts either though, because
he was with Matt.
quarterback play was trash.
It definitely was. For
And
sure.
his first year with Ryan, he did all right.
Mm-hmm. Had over 1,000. But you gotta get quarterback play though. That's what happens. The receiver is only good as your quarterback, and vice versa. Like, kind of need both, you know. But the quarterback got to at least get you the ball,
Right.
cause they'll make you look bad. If you got a bad quarterback, they'll be saying, casual fans be saying, "Man, that receiver trash. He didn't do nothing," but not really looking deep into it. Like, well, what did the quarterback do? If he can't get him the ball, like, of course it's gonna make the wide receiver look bad.
So I know once Jaden Daniels went down up there in Washington, boy, it was over for them.
Yeah, it was a wrap, man. See, that's their thing. They didn't have no backup plan. Everything was just on Jaden. They need to get them a backup plan this year, whether it be a
They
good
had
veteran
Mariota.
backup or something.
Mariota was their backup plan.
Yeah, but
Yeah, see how that works.
Mariota, eh. They need to upgrade that backup plan. Mariota, that ain't he ain't it.
But we got to practice some patience now because we got what 7, 8 months till we even know where we stand. Well, come draft time, what the draft is what another 3 months.
Yeah, I mean, but we can look and see where we at now. Half the battle is done. I mean, you got the head coach, you got defensive coordinator. Now you got to see if Kevin gonna call the plays, or if, like I say, he's gonna get his own offensive coordinator and special teams coach, and then we go from there. Because once the offseason hit, I think this is what I've been saying. If we take care of mostly everything we need to take care of in the offseason, anything in the draft will be bonus. So it wouldn't. It don't matter that we don't have a first round pick. If we take care of the offseason right, we'll be fine. We got to knock that out the park. I think the offseason draft is bonus if you do this right. Kind of got to go back and look how Kevin Stefanski did his drafts and stuff. Who do he like to draft? Who do he lean towards? What type of guys he like drafting? Stuff like that. I'm gonna do some deep diving tonight.
If you had to draft a quarterback in the second round, who would you get?
Oh, I'm getting Chambers from Ole Miss.
Mm-hmm.
I said that when I first came on here. Everybody took me apart and said I was crazy when I said it, but now it's looking like a lot of people is leaning that way. But I've said this. You guys, Winston and John, when I first came on here, I said this. I told him, I said, let me go back and study the quarterbacks because I ain't even got it in my bag as far as studying the tape yet for all the players coming out. But I'm starting now. I've looked at some of the players, but I got a lot of work to do as far as that tape wise. But I had 5 quarterbacks down, and most of them say they come back to college. So, and Chambers has got that thing to where he's challenging to come back another year. But if he don't get it, he gonna have to come out anyway. So if he got to come out, I'm taking him. But if not, then I gotta do some more research. But I got hold on, give me a second to get my notepad. Are the guys that I wrote down. See, my number one was Jaden Maivia from USC, but he's going back to college, so that one was out. Now the next one, Taylor Green, he's coming out. I like him. He kind of looks like Colin Kaepernick / Randall Cunningham type. I like him. 6'6", 235 from Arkansas. I think he will be great in this offense. But if not him, like I said, Trinidad Chambliss. You got Brandon Sorsby from Cincinnati, 6'3", 235. He seems like a pretty good quarterback. Plus, I think he could do something good with this offense. Then you got Sawyer Robinson from Baylor, 6'4", 220. I like him also. But those are just some options that it's going to fall to the second and beyond that I think we could actually get. If we wanted to go that route, I'm saying. But knowing Kevin, he likes his quarterbacks because he brought in 2 of them. He brought in Shador and Dylan Gabriel. So, just saying. He's trying to cover his bases. He was like, if one don't work, I'm sure another one will.
You should
So if
have
he
brought
brought in 2 quarterbacks,
Shador should have been part of the package.
man, you know what? I would have loved that, but the way him and Shador don't seem like they was getting along too well. Shador played it off well and said there weren't no issues, but any fans could see that was issues, definitely, especially every time Shador get ready to win a game, they'd take him out and run a wildcat and shit like that. That's what was crazy to me. I don't know why he did that. Every time he get a chance to win a game, they'd take that man out and they'd run a wildcat or something like that. So to me, it started to seem like it was personal between him and Shador at that point. Not on Shadur's part, but on Kevin's part. And that's why I was looking at him sideways. And everybody's saying it, even the own players, Garrett and the tight end, even they was talking about it to the media and stuff. Like, they wasn't holding back. So that's why I said I was kind of torn with this hiring. But like I said, I just hope Matt know what he's doing. This is what he did. So we got to roll with it now at this point. But other than the Shadur thing, like I said, I like his coaching. I don't have no issue with that. But it's just some questionable times when he took Shadur out the game when you should have let that young man let him roll, let him see if he can win the games instead of taking him out. I didn't like that. And that's why a lot of people was looking at him sideways. And John, if you're talking, I think you're muted because I can't hear you. I see your mouth moving, but I can't hear you. I don't think nobody can hear you. I think he's been talking the whole time. I don't think nobody can hear him.
Oh, hello.
Oh, you've been
Yeah.
muted the whole time. Yeah, you was talking the whole time, but we couldn't hear you.
Hold on a second. I had a phone call I had to take, and I was talking on the phone. I had ducked out there for a second, but I was listening to you guys while you were talking. But hey, continue, gentlemen. We're gonna go. Oh man, I'm headed for 4 hours. Whew. I should have clocked in. But have y'all wrung all the water out of this rag yet? Huh?
No, my rag gonna stay wet until about 7-8 months from now.
So I must came in late there. I didn't realize y'all been going for 4 hours.
Yeah. Y'all came in a little late, but I tell you what, we'll go ahead and shut it down now. It's 2:55, and I ended on an even number here. But everybody go around the horn and tell where you at so other people can find you where you are, because whatever stream you have, you're going to have plenty to talk about for the next 8 months, gentlemen. So let them know where they can find you so they can listen to what it is that you have to say about the proceedings so far.
Well, as far as me, I'll go first. Like I said, for those that don't know me, my name is Travis. I got a podcast called Pops and the Henry Brothers Podcast. We're on Facebook and YouTube on Thursday nights at 7:30. And you can find the channel by going to @Pops the Henry Brothers 1997. And y'all tune in, support, like, share, subscribe, man. And I appreciate y'all having me on this platform also, the eye test. And y'all subscribe, like, and share to this channel also if you have it. I appreciate you.
All right. Steve, you still up? Steve sleep. Tonio, go ahead and tell where you gonna be at, boss.
I'll be at work.
What you gonna be doing?
I'll be at work. You know where I'll be at. Building somebody.
Hey, man. I understand. Hey, Winston, you still up?
Winston been asleep.
I think everybody's asleep, man. Like I said, I didn't realize I came in late, man. Fellas, my bad, man. I know y'all was on
man,
for
hey, man, ain't no look. You know, you came in. Hey, man, we glad you came in late. Whatever. Just we wanted to get reactions to this hire and to what took place. Late, whatever. It doesn't matter, because we know that there's going to be plenty of opportunity for people to talk about this. And, Falcons, I know you didn't want this increased scrutiny, this increased criticism, this increased heat. But when you jump on the on that eye, the big eye on the stove, and cut it on. Look here, the pot gonna boil. Hey, don't have no choice. Pot is gonna boil. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad that everybody was able to join us. We had a pretty good show tonight as far as turnout, and I would like to thank everybody that was in the chat and the people on the panel. Thank you guys for coming in and hanging out, because like Big Low always say, y'all could have been any place else doing anything else, but you decided to hang with us tonight, and we really appreciate it. And when y'all
Now
go
it's time
tomorrow,
to say goodbye to all my Negro friends.
yes, when you go tomorrow, man, I tell you, don't pray for the Falcons. Don't waste your prayer. Don't waste it.
Well, I'm finna do a deep dive on Kevin Stefanski and go like really research everything about him so we can see what we're really dealing with.
Yep. Well, we won't really know until toe meets leather, as they say, in September. But the draft is coming up in April, and we'll see the direction that the team goes in as far as the draft is concerned. So I would like to wish everyone a great Sunday morning. Those of you who are not getting snowed in, and even those getting snowed in, go out there and enjoy the snow. Bye-bye, y'all.
All right,
Peace,
good
guys.
night.